brace yourself. I never had a job. I never had a job. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job.
Hello and welcome to this special episode of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. Great to have you with us. Electric vehicles are big business. More than 17 million EVs were sold across the globe last year. That's approaching a quarter of all cars sold worldwide. Well, China's BYD has overtaken Tesla as the world's top 10 EV manufacturer. Today we're going to be finding out more about the Saudi Arabia-backed EV maker Lucid Motors, which has been majority owned by the PIF since 2019. Well, with manufacturing plant in the kingdom, Lucid is the first automotive brand that bears the Saudi-made badge. Well, Lucid delivered 3,309 vehicles in Q2. That's up some 38% from a year earlier. So how is Lucid doing? And where is the company positioning itself in this increasingly competitive market? Well, to help us answer those questions and more, I'm joined now by Faisal Sultan, the president of Lucid Middle East. Mr. Sultan, thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Let's start by talking about Lucid and its position in the market. It's dubbed the world's most advanced electric vehicle. What makes Lucid stand out in this market?
So since the beginning, when we came out with an idea of having an electric vehicle, we wanted to make sure that we are offering a package that not only brings technology, but also with it brings the luxury aspect, the design, the consumer, what the consumer really wants, the interiors, the exterior features. So that is what has really made Lucid stand out. Not only that, and as I said, technology is really what drives us. So efficiency is really the name, what we're trying to do in the industry. So when we came out in 2000, as you said, in 2021, when we came out with Lucid Air, it was the longest range vehicle at 883 kilometers. Nobody was even close to us. Even today, we're offering a vehicle that is 838 kilometers. We also have won many awards on the way. We have actually been mostly in Car and Driver, 10 Best, Motor Car Trend of the Year, awards, powertrain. You can just continuously, keep talking about the awards that we won. We just recently completed an exercise in Europe that is all over the news with the new world record of having 1,200 plus kilometers on a single charge. So we're trying to provide something out there that will really help the consumer get into the electric vehicle without being fearful of not having enough range, right, but also having a product that they really can brag to their friends about.
Right, so clearly you're doing something right. You're winning all those awards, and you've got the range, which is interesting because you started life. I mean, Lucid began as a battery company called Atieva in California, and now you've got these cars that are doing 1,205 kilometers on one single charge. I mean, all of that seems to be paying dividends, doesn't it?
Yes, I think, look, we learned a lot. So as you said, when Atieva started, it was a battery company. We were supplying battery to majority of the OEMs in one of the Formula E races. And basically, for many generations, we supplied. So we learned a lot from that technology, and that battery company then really took that learning, put it into the powertrain, integrated together as a package that can then give you the 839 kilometers, 838 kilometers of range. And I think that really stands out. But then on top of that, we really got the right people who can design a car that is very attractive. So when you see a Lucid, it is definitely Lucid Air it turns heads, definitely, and people are amazed. They look at it and says, "Oh, who's producing this beautiful car?" That's really the first response I get out of them. We didn't know about this car company. Where did it come from? Oh, California design, California technology. We want to be in it.
It might also be turning heads because of the acceleration, because I think the Lucid Sapphire, I mean, that's got serious acceleration, hasn't it?
Serious, very serious. Yeah, you better have your seatbelts buckled and your head on the headrest already, because it will actually be the feeling that I describe in a Sapphire when you launch it. It's basically on the world's fastest roller coaster. The car takes off, and from 0 to 100 kilometers, you can basically get it under 1.9 seconds, which is amazingly fast. Currently, it is the fastest accelerating sedan and production car in the market.
Okay, so as you position yourself in the market, I mean, who are you targeting? Who's a sort of a Lucid driver? What's the profile?
Look, tech-savvy, successful people for the Air, for sure. That's really someone who really likes their tech, who likes to have an infotainment system that is connecting with you. So it is a fully connected vehicle. It's OTA, over-the-air updates are done on this, so you don't have to take your car for maintenance as much. Car is correcting itself as you're basically driving. We learned from the consumer behavior, and we put all those corrections into the software, and then the software really gets updated on its own. So really, that's a good definition of a customer for Lucid Air. Now, we just recently launched our Lucid Gravity, which is a 7-seater SUV. So the consumer on that is going to be a little bit different, but still tech savvy, but more practical use in that, bigger market. And then we are pretty soon next year, we're going to be coming out with a mid-size, which will be a more affordable vehicle for mass volumes.
You can sleep in the back of the Gravity, can't you?
In the Gravity, yes. You can actually take the third row and the second row, and it becomes flat, almost like a full-size bed that you can really sleep on. Okay.
I mean, you're still quite a new car company, as car companies go. Profitability is still a long way off. But tell us anyway, what are your goals for 2025? What do you aim to achieve?
I think, look, the biggest thing for Lucid has been the brand awareness. And we are doing many things now, to make sure that the consumer gets into the car. Because what our experience has been, once the consumer gets into the car, the conversion rate is super high compared to all other OEMs, because the product talks to you. The technology talks to you. So that is the goal in 2025. We're getting more cars on the road, test drives, Gravities, Airs, more coverage, through media, paid media, and influencers, ambassadors. I think they're all going to be part of the picture. And the goal would be very simple, just for the consumer to know about this great product that is, making waves.
Okay. Saudi Vision 2030, something we talk a lot about. Part of that goal is to have 30% of all cars on the roads in Saudi Arabia EVs by the year 2030. How are you aligning your production goals with that goal of Vision 2030?
Yeah, I think the biggest driver for us, really, to put the advanced manufacturing plant in King Abdullah Economic City, which is our second. We have AMP1 in Arizona. Now we have AMP2 in King Abdullah Economic City, about 1 hour north of Jeddah. And it's going to be 150,000 vehicles per annum capacity. The reason why we're doing it is because of all of these initiatives. The Saudi government is putting an amazing focus on getting greener when it comes to transportation sector. And Saudi Green Initiative, as you mentioned, aims to have 30% of new car sales, as EVs. So having a plant within the country, not only producing for Saudi, but also producing for the rest of GCC and exporting it outside of GCC is going to, this initiative is definitely going to put the foundation stone for us to have that being successful.
Sure, and I mean, EV adoption in Saudi Arabia is, it's a bit like everywhere in the world. It can't happen overnight, can it? There has to be the right infrastructure in place, especially charging infrastructure. I mean, how involved are you with efforts to speed up that process? We're
deeply involved in this, as being the first, let's say, cornerstone of electric vehicle industry. production within Saudi Arabia, we actually bear that responsibility to educate the consumer, but also educate the policymakers. So we're working with the policymakers, we're working with PIF, Public Investment Fund, and we're also working with EWIC, which is actually a dedicated entity that PIF has introduced. They aim to have thousands of chargers by 2030, DC fast chargers, which will help consumers charge very fast. And we're helping EWIC. We have a MOU, a strategic MOU with them, where we're trying to bring where the locations should be, where are the consumers who are buying the electric vehicles from us, where are they located, so they can choose the locations and put them in the right spots where they're really needed.
Okay, and I mean, half of Saudi citizens, according to one survey, say they would consider an EV. I mean, the market has enormous potential, doesn't it? There's a huge captive audience out there.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that is very much known, that the Saudi consumer, when they really understand what the benefits are of having a product, they quickly turn and adopt it. And that adoption is quite obvious. Like in some of the other countries, a lot of the government consumer incentives were driving. In case of Saudi Arabia, the consumer incentives are still not out there. You have OEM like Lucid, the first OEM that is going to be producing a car, happens to be an electric vehicle producer. And then you have companies like EWIC that are putting the EV chargers. Now, Lucid also offers, to help the consumer make that decision, we offer a home charger free with every car and an installation free. So if you have a parking spot, you can buy a car from Lucid, you can go ahead and install the charger, and every week, maybe twice a week, charge your car like an iPhone. You just plug it in at night, and in the morning you will have 838 kilometers of range on your car, and you're definitely not going to drive your car 838 kilometers on a single day. So as long as you have a parking structure and you're not driving 1,000 kilometers from one city to the other city, you're okay. So Lucid is trying to do their part when it comes to home charging, but we're also then working with EWIC, and I think the adoption rate and the surveys are showing that, because people are not really afraid of charging, because they do believe that Lucid solution and the government-backed PIF solution is going to be there from a charging perspective.
In terms of the battery technology, any of the minerals come from Saudi itself? I think I read a report saying that some of the key minerals in the battery could come from Saudi Arabia. They
could, definitely. So right now, as you know, that PIF and Saudi Arabia, the government of Saudi Arabia, have started an initiative on the rare metals and minerals. And that exploration has started. Ma'aden is playing a major role in that, but PIF is now acquiring a lot of companies that do that, international companies that are going to come and become part of that value chain. So we are aware of that, and we have a huge supply chain effort, not only on parts, but also on the raw material, where we are actually looking at, whether it's lithium, cobalt, nickel, magnesium, where are these opportunities going to be in the next 5 to 10 years in Saudi, and how can we tap in strategically, to have them available to us.
Right, so it's a doubly Saudi vehicle in that case, if it's got Saudi materials in the battery, and it's made it at the plant in Saudi Arabia, which, as you said, has a capacity of 150,000. I mean, what we're told by people who see Lucid cars around the place is that people are very proud that there is this Saudi brand out there that's sort of flying the flag.
Definitely, we're the first car to bear that Saudi-made badge on it, which is amazing, because I think that brings that emotional connection that I was talking about earlier. We are the first OEM that is assembling cars already. The air and the gravity are being assembled as we speak in the plant, and then we are building that bigger CPU plant, which is going to be ready at end of next year. And I think this is why people are so attached to it, because they see it as their own brand, Lucid. And Lucid is trying to really do a lot of other activities. We are present in pretty much all the major events that happen. We are the car of choice when it comes to transferring VVIPs. We have a lot of the ministers driving the car. We have a lot of the VVIPs that are driving the car. So that really helps the cause also.
one of the things we've talked about quite a bit on this program is sourcing talent. And some of the companies we've spoken to have expressed, this is a bit of a challenge sometimes, finding the right talent. Are you struggling in that respect, or are you managing to find the people in the numbers you need with the expertise you need to make the cars and ultimately sell them?
Yeah, look, right now we have an SKD plant. The SKD plant is not a big operation. It's just assembling kits that are coming from Arizona. But we are working on a long-term basis. We started about a year and a half ago on this, where we wanted to take about 2-3 years to build that pipeline of the talent. So we signed a deal with Human Resource Development Fund, HRDF, for $50 million to be available to Lucid for 10 years' time to build that pipeline where we take the Saudi talent, send them to Arizona, California, get them trained there, and then bring them back. So 3 or 4 batches of that have now already been in the system, and we've received those people back, and they're working proudly in our assembly plant, in our headquarters, regional headquarters in Riyadh, in King Abdullah Financial District. So the contribution is there. Now we're going to supplement that. We signed a deal with NAWA, which is the National Automobile Vehicle Academy in CAIC. Again, it has Ministry of Education, Ministry of Industry, PIF, a couple of the other OEMs representation. I also sit on the board on that. And basically, we try to formulate a curriculum so we can take students from high school, technical vocational centers to kind of come to this academy, go through a 6-month, 12-month program, and be ready on day one to jump on a Lucid job or one of the other OEM's job. So there is a systematic way of filling that gap. So the gap is there. There's no automotive manufacturing in the kingdom. So we realized that very quickly, and we worked with the government authorities and the academies. We just recently signed with TVTC in Dammam, in the eastern side of the country, the Technical Vocational Training Center, another deal that is also going to do the same thing on the eastern side of the country. So even though we're located on the western side, we will have coverage full country, because the pipeline is going to be from people moving into CAIC. That's how I envision we're going to have thousands of people working, and they're all going to come from all over the country.
So as we sort of bring this conversation to a close, I'd just like to ask you whether you feel like attitudes, not just in Saudi, but right across the Middle East, are shifting when it comes to EVs, because this is, of course, an oil-rich part of the world. Do you see that happening?
Oh, definitely. I think I see now, not only on the passenger car side, with Lucid being here, and then, we have other OEMs that are now also coming into Saudi to manufacture electric vehicles. Their own brands here is there also. I also see a lot of electric buses. I see a lot of electric trucks that are making its way. So it's definitely real. I think, the region, once they make a decision, the policies follow it very quickly. And, the government makes sure it happens, because, sustainability, environmental issues are real. You are getting hundreds of more tornadoes, in U.S. You're getting a lot more flash floods all over the world. So, change is really needed. And I think, Europe and U.S. started it, but other regions really need to jump in. And I think Middle East will play a major role. Pretty soon, we're hoping that some of the other continents around will also get onto this bandwagon. As electric vehicles become more affordable, it's not going to be a matter of choice. It's going to be a matter of necessity, basically, to change the attitude.
Okay, so Saudi obviously a key focus. What are the other markets in the Middle East that you're particularly zeroing in on?
We are already in UAE, United Arab Emirates. We have a retail outlet and a service location. We are rapidly expanding in UAE. We're actually rapidly expanding in Saudi as we speak. So those 2 core markets are going to continue to expand. Next year, you will see another 2 GCC countries coming to live with Lucid. I will let you know what those are later. I'll save it for the next interview. But those 2 markets will be our core target for next year. And then we'll continue to do that every year, add 1 or 2 more markets.
Okay, we look forward to that. Just lastly, where do you see Lucid in 5 years from now? Let's say 2030 is upon us. Where would you like to be?
Well, I definitely see Lucid as well-established OEM by 2030. And the reason why I say that is we have a public investment fund of Saudi Arabia as one of our largest shareholder. And when they put their mind to something, they definitely make it happen. So they have been a great supporter. Secondly, our technology. Everyone wants our technology. We are the leaders in technology when it comes to battery and powertrain. And that is definitely going to continue to keep us going. Further improvements for consumers. And thirdly, with our midsize and Gravity now coming out, so the Gravity is going to definitely get us more sales in the future, because the total addressable market on Gravity is 4 or 5 times more than the Air. And then we have the midsize, which is just around the corner. It's a beautiful product. I've looked at some of the prototypes, amazing product. And when that comes out end of next year, we're going to have a lot of volume that we're going to capture.
All right, well, I think we're going to be keeping the conversation going over the coming months and years, and really look forward to hearing more about Lucid's progress and expansion. In the meantime, thank you very much indeed to you, Faisal Sultan, the president of Lucid Motors Middle East.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It was my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's get some more analysis. And we are joined here in the studio by Ali Raza, who's the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham and Company. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Ali. Always nice to have you here with us in the studio. Just what struck me from listening to Faisal Sultan there about Lucid is this sense of pride there in Saudi Arabia, that these cars, which are increasingly visible across the kingdom, are made in Saudi Arabia. That's a source of national pride, isn't it?
Without a doubt, Tom. I mean, it's a country that's been very energy dominant, and there's a set of industries that have been quite common in Saudi Arabia. But for the first time, we have Saudi-made EV vehicles hitting the ground, and some of the first vehicles that hit the ground were the Saudi police fleet, which was a Lucid fleet, and it's quite an interesting and I guess rewarding thing to see when the nation has been banding behind such an investment and project, and to see it come to life and actually grace the roads.
I mean, we're at the very beginnings, aren't we, of not just Lucid as a company, but of the sector, electric vehicle sector in Saudi Arabia. I mean, clearly, one of the things that I mentioned there with Mr. Sultan is, with the majority of Saudi people open to the idea of having an electric vehicle, it just goes to show that there are no barriers anymore to the idea, and, enormous potential for this market.
Of course. I mean, electric vehicles around the globe have clearly become the mobility, the light mobility vehicle of choice, right? And we haven't quite adopted it as a world yet entirely, perhaps at the rate that some people would have liked to, but it's certainly becoming the mode of mobility for the foreseeable future. And the Saudi population has shown to be quite receptive of technologies that push the envelope, to be receptive of novel concepts. I mean, Saudi Arabia has a 97% digitalization rate of government services. It's one of the highest in the world. And there's clear evidence that the Saudi population will take on board new developments. Now, I mean, the EV industry is an interesting one, particularly for Saudi Arabia. Remember, just a few short years ago, and I'm talking 3 years, we had no EV industry. There were no EV vehicles being developed. This is not a 10, 20-year process where industrial players were lobbying the government and we had to procure capital and resources, and over several decades we built an industry. Saudi Arabia has seen the establishment of the EV industry, and we can say that now because the Lucid vehicles are on the road. We're expecting many more to come. We've seen the establishment of an industry in the space of a few short years. So I think if that's any evidence, I mean, that in itself shows that people are receptive. We have the landscape, the environment, the ecosystem to support this. I'll bet at an industrial level we have many more steps to go. But it's very clear that this is a segment, a sector that people will be receptive to, they will adopt, and the national efforts are supporting all of that in great volume.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about this before, but people in Saudi Arabia like their cars, don't they? They like driving. The distances between places are quite significant as well, and sort of the car has been, a key part of life in Saudi Arabia. It's also, listening to what Mr. Sultan was saying there about Lucid, I mean, I can hear and see Vision 2030 sort of stamped all over it. Did you get that impression as well?
I think that's true of many of the initiatives in Saudi Arabia, and I think that is the excellence of the Vision 2030 initiative, but particularly the leadership behind it and the way that the people are receiving it. if you think about all the different sectors and all the different activities we've often discussed, they're all threaded together. Right? Everything is threaded together and it's complementary. And of course, from time to time, you rebalance and redirect efforts, but everything's threaded together. Mr. Sultan mentioned that Lucid has a relationship, a partnership that's been established with EVIQ to support and accelerate the rollout of charging infrastructure in the kingdom. And similarly, there's a number of partnerships in place. I mean, Blacklane, which recently came into the kingdom, a European enterprise, has a relationship now with Riyadh Air and also EVIQ. And Lucid has a close relationship with Riyadh Air. So there's a lot of synergy between many of the public initiatives, and then the private sector bands together behind that as well in order to maximize the development of that industry. And, Vision 2030, I mean, it's many, many things, and we could have that conversation all day long. But one of the key tenets of Vision 2030, also, if we think about the underlying message, is for Saudi Arabia to go from being a consumer of technology to a producer of technology. And it's very natural to expect that the Vision 2030 mark is stamped all over Lucid as well.
Yeah, and those synergies and that sort of support structure, an ecosystem where all the companies are sort of supporting each other makes perfect sense as well. One of the other things that I wanted to just ask you about, because we've talked about this as well on the Real Deal, is finding the right people, finding the right talent, and that's something that I picked up on with Mr. Sultan there as well. I mean, it's one thing to be a consumer of technology, as you say. Being a producer of technology is a whole other story. Is there the right? Are there the right resources there in terms of the manpower?
Well, first you need the ambition, right? Then you need the strategy, and those two things are in abundance. Now, this is a question of local talent and global interest. Global interest is sky high. There is enormous demand and interest for people to come, work, and build in Saudi Arabia. Local talent is growing at an accelerated pace. Now, the way the Vision 2030 initiatives have been delivered through the activities of PIF and the many ministries and even the private sector in the kingdom, they follow a very common thematic or pattern if you pay close attention to it. Right? Establish well-regarded platforms, invest into great technologies, great ecosystems. We won't always have all the talent available. We won't always have all the education and knowledge available. Naturally, this is something that grows through time. I mean, Germany didn't build around the combustion engine in the space of 3 years. It took time and decades to build the talent pool, the energy, the resources, the capital to see it through. Now, this is happening at an accelerated rate in the kingdom. But the pattern that you see consistently is establish a platform which is sizable, credible, has the technology and the ability to bring in high-quality people to the region, have them partner with the local talent, transfer knowledge, build capability, and you will have a positive outcome. And I think that's taking place in great volume here as well.
And just lastly, and this is really where I started my conversation with Faisal Sultan about Lucid, is there are lots of players in the market, aren't there? And we see them everywhere. The BYDs, the Teslas. I think BYD has now taken the top spot in terms of the largest number of deliveries of EVs of any EV producer. Hard to stand out in this industry when it's a crowded market. I mean, what do you make of the ambition to make Lucid, really stand out from the rest of the competition?
Well, first I'll share, the personal opinion here. You should see the Lucid vehicles on the road. They look phenomenal. And, Lucid is employing the best-in-class technology in their vehicles as well. Now, who has the better vehicle? This is a matter of subjectivity and objectivity, depending on the audience, but Lucid is a phenomenal vehicle. Now, the automotive sector will always come with a competitive environment. This is not a new trend or pattern. In Saudi Arabia, now we have Lucid. Sia will be released, hopefully, in a year or two. Hyundai will be building in region, but the vehicles are already available. Kia is available. BMW EVs are available. BYD, yes, has globally taken the lead on vehicle volumes past Tesla. And although Tesla announced the launch of its presence in April here in the Kingdom, BYD is going to give them a run for their money. So naturally, a competitive environment it's a healthy thing. It's a healthy thing. There is competition, but if, as an organization, whether that's Lucid or anyone else, you continue to innovate, you build, you develop, and you partner with the relevant entities, and you partner with your customers in the appropriate way, you stand a great chance. I think, in addition to the Lucid vehicle having incredible technology and a great story behind it, there's also the fact that it has the support of the public leadership, and it is such a critical piece to the industrial development programs under the Vision 2030 initiative. And as a result, we're seeing enormous investment into it, but also facilitation and support to ensuring that it is a success, not just in Kingdom, but across the globe. So I think that's where the story goes.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for that. A real pleasure talking to you and as well to Faisal Sultan about Lucid. Thank you. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer of Hytherian Company. Thank you very much indeed to you.
Thank you.
And that's it from us. Thank you very much indeed for watching this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Al Arabiya English. Thanks for watching. See you again very soon.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News,
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Miami. If you would hear that the city of Miami gets an average of 3,200 hours of sunshine, you'd probably head over to the city in an instant. The winters in Miami, in fact, are sunny too. Because of this, Miami has become known as quite a cheery city. Aside from the endless sunshine, there are many other reasons to explore the city. First are the beaches. A laid-back and easygoing city, you won't resist its beautiful beaches. Each one has its own characteristics, advantages, and attractions. The popular ones are the North Shore Park Beach, Crandon Park Beach, Golden Beach and South Beach. And of course, with the many beaches in Miami come the exciting water sports. More than sunbathing and swimming, you must try other activities as well. Most beaches are equipped with the best developed facilities for you to be able to try the water sports. There's just so much to do. You can try kayaking, jet skiing, parasailing, scuba diving, and deep sea fishing. Tourists also like to take lessons on windsurfing and parasailing. Then there are also the Everglades, or the tropical wetlands just right outside Miami. Lucky if you'll spot an American crocodile and Florida panther. It's a great place to see, observe, and experience nature closely. When visiting the Everglades, head to an alligator farm to enjoy an alligator show. This is truly a one-of-a-kind and thrilling experience. Knowledgeable experts will teach you how to handle these creatures of the swamp and show some simple catching techniques. What can be more exciting than feeding an alligator and taking a photo with him? Miami is also quite an artistic city. It has become an excellent destination for esteemed artists and art galleries from all over the country. It's also notable how Miami's museums and art galleries aren't the usual stuffy and intimidating types. The place's friendly ambiance allows visitors to really learn about the arts. Other interesting destinations in Miami include the Lincoln Road, a place for upcoming artists in the 80s. Today, it's where you can shop for cute things. There are chic bookstores, cafes, and yes, clothing stores for you to see. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Her journey to space was always about much more than the view.
It was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space.
1, 2, 3, take us space!
Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did.
He had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. He told me that he had one of the best days of his life. Everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat.
What's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful and it should be protected.
Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
One, two, three, take up space!
Millions of people around the world watched a crew of 6 women fly to space and back on board Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. Much of the attention before and after the flight focused on superstar celebrities, the musician Katy Perry and TV host Gayle King. But alongside them was a rocket scientist whose lifelong journey to the stars was even more incredible. On this episode of the show, we'll tell the extraordinary story of the astronaut, entrepreneur, and educator Aisha Bowe.
If you would have told me that one day I would be sitting here with a flight crew jacket on, talking to you about going to space, I would have thought that that story was a lofty one too.
It was all a dream.
The dream that I never thought would come true is coming true right now. That dream was space. I want you to live your wildest, biggest dream because I am.
I'm Riz Khan. With family roots in the Bahamas and little interest in maths or science, my guest this week was an unlikely candidate to become a NASA rocket scientist. She was advised to pursue a career in beauty products, cosmetology, but chose the route to the cosmos instead. On the way, she became an engineer, entrepreneur, mentor, philanthropist, and fashion icon. Blue Origin's female-only flight to the stars featured several famous faces, attracting widespread interest, followed by a social media backlash from those who questioned its value and purpose. But for Aisha Bowe, her journey to space was always about much more than the view. Aisha, thank you for joining the show. Now, take us back to launch day. What was going through your mind that morning, and how did it feel knowing that you were finally about to realize your dream of going into space?
Riz, I have waited my entire life for this moment, and oh, was it worth it? To have the opportunity to travel at about 2,200 miles an hour and to fly up to the international boundary of space, which is the Kármán line, and see the Earth. I was just overcome with emotion because as someone who spent their career working at NASA, who's traveled around the world working with kids, who's been really excited about space and science, to see Earth from that view, I knew that everything I had gone through to be in that moment was worth it.
How significant was it that you were part of an all-female crew? What did that add to the experience?
Well, I think that there are headlines and things that are designed to create a lot of engagement. And then there's what I was focused on, which was the science. And as someone who's traveled around the world speaking in order to inspire women and non-traditional people to enter the field, my big takeaway was that I got to conduct science with HBCU, which in the United States is a historically Black college and university. We had a predominantly female-led research team, which was amazing. We flight qualified hardware, which could be used for research in the future. And we were able to demonstrate that we could genetically sequence plants in space during a suborbital flight. And all of these things combined are why not only do I think the flight was meaningful, but it did represent some firsts for science.
We'll talk more about that, but describe what the atmosphere was like inside the capsule as the countdown began.
As the countdown began, it was electric.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, command engine start, 2, 1, ignition. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
think anybody going into space, there's this moment of just awe and wonder as you really think about all the engineering and all the progress that had to go into the moment. When I started working at NASA, it was not possible to go to space on a commercial flight with Blue Origin. And I can remember thinking to myself that one day I'll apply to be a NASA astronaut in the astronaut corps, but that I wanted to find ways to get involved and contribute before I felt ready to do that. And so during the countdown, I was sitting in the seat, and as we started to go down from 10, I realized that I was getting ready to achieve one of my lifelong goals of not only going to space, but taking that next step in my journey of becoming an astronaut and hopefully getting to one day fly for NASA.
Well, the key thing is that it's a remarkable experience that very few people get. What was the first thing that went through your mind as the rocket took off?
As the rocket took off, I was actually thinking about a colleague of mine who I'm lucky enough to call a mentee. When I was working at NASA, I had the privilege of meeting a 13-year-old girl named Claire. And Claire approached me at an aviation museum day. So we used to go out and speak in the community with astronaut ice cream, and we take what we were doing at work and share it with kids. And she comes up to me and she says, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And I said, okay, well, let me give you my card. Well, this 13-year-old girl, she emailed me. She literally sent me an email. I give my card to adults all the time, and they don't even email me, right? And so I decided to invite her in to follow me at work. And so 13 became 16. She's now one of my mentees. And from that relationship, she ended up deciding that she was going to pursue aerospace engineering. She studied at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And you'll never believe this, she worked on the very same rocket engine I was flying on. And so when I sat down that day, it was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space. I actually had the opportunity to fly on a rocket engine that I watched someone who I've mentored since she was 13 help create.
And I'll get onto your remarkable path to NASA a bit later. But let me ask you what it feels like to reach 2,300 miles per hour, basically 3 times the speed of sound.
It was an incredible feeling. I mean, I trained for this moment over the course of the last 2 years. And if anybody has the opportunity outside of this conversation to pop into my Instagram or my social media, they'll see me jumping out of planes and, training in a FAA human-rated centrifuge. And so by the time we hit Mach 3, I was smiling from ear to ear. I looked at the GoPro footage and it was just pure joy because I was ready, I was prepared, and I was excited to be able to capture the moment.
So we have some footage of you in that centrifuge.
She's having too much fun. That's 68. How you doing?
I feel good.
I love that comment from the training guy saying that you were having too much fun. Now, I have to ask you, in terms of training for the mission, apart from experiencing things like the centrifuge, how did you prepare for this kind of special mission, both personally and professionally?
As someone who's always been excited by spaceflight, the first thing I did was go to the FAA regulations on commercial spaceflight. There are actually guidelines that are best practices to prepare for space missions. And so I looked at the guidelines and I said, I want to do all of these things. And really the criteria boils down to you must train in a manner that demonstrates that your body is prepared to go to space. And so I found the centrifuge.
I'm here at the NASTAR facility starting training for my flight. Are you ready? Let's go.
This is going to be your office this afternoon.
Yes.
Yay! You're ready for space.
You heard the space shuttle bump? Let's like.
Oh!
In circle.
Congratulations, you just completed all the required training flights to qualify for your flight to space.
I literally cannot imagine training for space and not going through this. I'm really happy that I had an opportunity to not only experience this.
I found a L-39 Albatross flight, which is a fighter jet, and that was a lot of fun. Half of the time I couldn't determine if I was training or having like a lot of fun, but I went through what the FAA kind of lays out as much as I could as a private citizen, and I'm really hoping to expand upon my training in the future and do more.
I'm sure that there's no way, no matter how much training you do, that you could actually compare any of that with the actual liftoff experience.
Oh, there are some things that are really close. I'll tell you that the FAA human-rated centrifuge that I flew at the NASA facility, they've trained over 500 astronauts, and they had the flight profiles from multiple vehicles. And so I had the opportunity to experience what they would simulate as a SpaceX launch. I also experienced the Virgin Galactic launch, and I had a rocket-assisted launch, which was really, really, really fast. So we hit 6 Gs in the simulation. On the way up, we experienced 3, but when we fell back to Earth, we hit about 5. And that's when, let's just say, things got really real, because 5 times your body weight sitting on your chest is no joke. I know there's been some conversation about our suits in the media, but one of the things I really appreciated about the suit was that it was compressive and it helped prevent against G-force induced loss of consciousness, which can occur when you're, pulling a lot of G's.
I can assure you that no kind of suit, no matter how advanced, could actually make me feel comfortable with 5 times my weight sitting on me. Now, of course, you actually get to see something that so few people get to do. So describe the view from the capsule, what you saw, and of course, how it made you feel.
It's impossible to go through this experience and come back unchanged. I hope that in the future, not only do more people have the opportunity to go, but that going to space on these sorts of suborbital flights will be as routine as flying. Seeing the Earth, it was a awe-inspiring moment that took me days to process. When I came home, I walked around my neighborhood just trying to find the words to describe what it's like to look at a moving, breathing Earth. And since that moment, I have felt a commitment that some, have detailed in the overview effect, where I feel more of a responsibility to not only protect Earth, but to talk about the experience of seeing Earth from space and to champion more people going on these commercial flights, because there's nothing more beautiful than having the opportunity to see humanity from up high.
Aisha, I'm sure that you're more than familiar with the famous blue marble picture, the picture of the planet Earth taken back in 1972. That was actually the first time it was seen that way. 1972 is not that long ago, and it was taken by a person, not a satellite. Now, you got to see Earth from that remarkable perspective. You also got to experience weightlessness. How did that feel, and were there any funny moments in zero gravity while you were up there?
Yes! I thought, okay, you're going to pull off your seatbelt and you're going to float up lightly. Well, right before we hit the launch pad, I had the privilege of talking to 2 individuals. And so NASA astronauts Jeanette Epps and Joan Higginbotham were there as part of my cohort. And I asked them, I was like, hey, ladies, what do I need to know about microgravity? And they were like, Aisha, whatever you do, don't do too much. You are so buoyant. Wow. I mean, the moment you take off your seatbelt, you just float right up. And so for me, I was really nervous that I was going to hit the top of the capsule. So the seatbelt comes off, and then I immediately lift up, and there's a moment of shock where I'm like, oh my gosh, I felt like I was floating away like a balloon. And so I grab onto the handholds, and I realized that sit-ups actually help for something. And I was like, okay, I've got my hands here, and I'll be able to get my feet into the toe hold and orient myself. But it takes just a small touch to move around in microgravity, It's really the most elegant sort of feeling of being able to just turn your body entirely upside down, like I did in the capsule, with just a mere turn of my wrist.
That's remarkable. My knees would thank me forever if I could get to weightlessness. Sadly, it's not going to happen. Now, I know the support of your family has been very important to you, and your late father had a space dream of his own. Tell me about that and what he said to you when you were chosen for your space mission.
You know, I struggle to find the words because my dad came to the United States in the 80s from the Bahamas to study science in Michigan. And it was his goal to work at NASA. And while he didn't achieve that, he instilled in me that I had the ability to do more. And when I found myself in high school, I didn't think that math or science was for me. And it was my dad that said, you can do this. And so I went from community college to studying aerospace at the University of Michigan and working at NASA. And when we lost him earlier this year, I didn't know that I was actually going to be able to do this. I wasn't sure how I was going to find the energy or the strength because I never thought that I would get to achieve one of the greatest goals in my life without my dad. And so when you look at the footage of me in the capsule, some people see me floating a patch that says Bahamas. And while that is a nod to my heritage and my father, it's also a nod towards history. The New Shepard vehicle follows the trajectory of Alan Shepard in 1961. And most people know that New Shepard took off in the United States, but they don't know where it landed. It landed in Grand Bahama in the Bahamas. And so for me to have the ability to complete his dream, to have my 92-year-old grandfather, who was born at a time where there were not aircraft on his island, fly to see me take a rocket to space, was just a beautiful full circle moment that I will forever be grateful for.
Well, God bless your late father, Aisha. I'm sure you must have felt his presence with you during that profound experience.
I did. And, you know, he said via text to me, when I told him that Blue Origin was going to fly and I was going to be part of the crew, he said, Aisha, all the people who have come before me who are no longer here, and all the people who will come after you that you have not met will forever be proud of the courage that you've displayed in this moment. And so during the mission, my call sign was Exuma, which is a nod to the island my grandfather was born almost 100 years ago.
Well, thanks for explaining that. I wanted to ask you about the meaning of your call sign, but since you mentioned your 92-year-old grandfather, I want to refer to a comment you've made in the past about his experience with getting around during much of his early life was on a horse.
Yes. Not only was he on horses, he was somebody who was really instrumental in moving the nation forward. And so from Exuma to going to NASA, my grandfather was always somebody that said, if you don't see it, create it. He was never somebody that was okay with the status quo. And I think you see a lot of that spirit in me today.
Well, Aisha, apart from the Bahamas flag patch you took, what other special mementos did you take up there with you?
Well, let me start with the fun one. One of the things that brought me comfort as a kid is a dish called conch chowder. And so I actually had dehydrated conch chowder, which is a Bahamian, it's just a cultural phenomenon. We love conch chowder. I had it dehydrated and I flew it in my pocket, which I think that's the first conch that has made it to space. An artifact that I'm really proud to have on loan from the Museum of Flight in Seattle. And that's the American flag that Pete Conrad, who was the third person to walk on the moon, had in his personal flight bag. And the reason I had that was because Nancy Conrad, his wife, lent it to me. She's a mentor, and she really wanted me to carry something that was a powerful symbol of the past, the present, and the future of space. That flag will be returned to the Museum of Flight in Seattle, and it will now have 2 flown in space certificates, one from the Apollo mission and one from mine. And so students and people are going to be able to go in and learn not only about the past flight, but the flight that we just completed now and into the future. And the last, which I'm really excited about, was I spent the last couple of years traveling around the world trying to bring space down to Earth. And I did this by collecting the hopes and the dreams of people who didn't see space as a career for them. Through the US State Department, I've been to India, I've been to Kenya, I've been to the Bahamas, I've been to Mongolia, I've been to Kyrgyzstan. And on these postcards, I had students write their dreams. And so I flew dreams to space, which will be returned to them, thanks to Jeff and Lauren. And the postage will return these postcards back to the dreamers. And I can't wait to get those responses. Like, they're going to go into their mailbox and they're going to see your dream flew to space and returned back to you. Now, what are you going to do with that, right? You got to make the dream come true.
Fantastic. So many wonderful mementos. Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did. How did he react once he was there at the launch site?
Well, my grandfather was overcome with emotion, and he had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. I was really surprised for him because I was not, being in the capsule and being part of the flight, I couldn't really see what was going on. And I start getting all these messages from my family members, and it's just my grandpa and Oprah, my grandpa and Oprah. And they were like, wait a second, you told us you're going to space. Oh my goodness, like you actually did it. And wow. So I think that not only did he have a good day, in his words, he told me that he had one of the best days of his life.
Yes, I saw Oprah giving your grandfather a hug as they watched it all happen.
Amazing.
But tell me about the nickname you and your all-female team came up with for the mission, the Six Taking Up Space.
Well, we really wanted to find a way to kind of share what we thought this mission meant. And for us, we felt like we were taking up space. We were making it available. We are more than likely one of the most watched space missions in modern time.
1, 2, 3, taking up space!
I actually will tell you a funny story. I was walking around my neighborhood and there's a middle school. And there was a lot of parents getting their kids, off to school, and they're like holding their hand, like, come on, come on, come on. And the kids are like looking at me and they're like, oh my gosh, and like waving at me and they're saying hi. And I think that was one of the successful things that this mission accomplished. We've inspired the youth. And so there's this wonderful part of me that's excited about what the students are going to do with it because they're writing me, they're sending me messages. They're really excited to have had the opportunity to see themselves in space.
And you said you loved the flight suit. Was it because of the way it protected you from the multiple G-forces you experienced during takeoff and landing? Or was it the fashion? Because I noticed you had flares on the legs.
Well, on a practical kind of note, I've worn flight suits before. And what I'll tell you is that they were not necessarily designed for my physiology. One of the experiments that I conducted gathered my biometric data, and I wore it on my chest, and I was actually able to secure it and make sure that it was snug because the suit was designed specifically for me. All the suits were in custom. They were done in detail. And in addition to the benefits of the G's and the compression, which was very much so needed on the way down, let me tell you, I finally had something that was custom designed for my needs and that was able to not only accommodate my experiments, but I was able to operate in a way where I could conduct multiple experiments, I was comfortable, and I could move efficiently around in the cabin.
Earlier on, you had mentioned some of the experiments you had conducted. Were there any experiments you would have liked to have conducted that you didn't get a chance to?
Yes, I would have liked to have done a brain scan. After the flight, I felt so different than before. And I think, you hear, oh, this will change you, but I really wanted to better understand how my brain changed after the flight, because I've been writing and I've been dreaming and I've been thinking with renewed clarity and a feeling and a passion that I have not had, I think, ever in my life. In addition to that, I'm interested in continuing to monitor my vitals because I gathered data prior to the flight, during, and immediately after. But after taking off that bio button, I'd like to continue to gather data on myself that could inform future research.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, after the flight, you shared some powerful reflections on the trip. Can you recall what you said and what you meant by those phrases?
After the flight, I'll tell you, it was a bit of a blur. But from what I recall, I was in awe of having the opportunity to fly. I was excited about all the people that had the opportunity to witness and, celebrate the moment with us. And I was really looking forward to being able to share what it was that I learned with not only the people here in the United States, but on tour around the world.
And you said, dream it, plan it, go and do it. Sometimes reality is wrong.
Yes, and that's actually one of my slogans. Look, everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm beginning to think that if you tell me that I can't, it actually means can. And so I've adopted a mindset of like failure is success and progress. And I think that so many people are holding on to something that someone told them that they could not do, thinking that that person knew something about them that they didn't and they don't. And so when I decided to go to Michigan Aerospace, it wasn't because someone told me I could do it. When I decided to found my first company, it wasn't because someone told me that I could do it. And when I decided that I wanted to go to space, it was all the same, right? Aisha, there's no way you can do it. And so to be in that moment where every single one of my dreams had come true, I just wanted to use it as an opportunity to inspire other people to go do the same.
Well, naturally, everyone who manages this rare kind of mission into space says they come back changed. In what way do you feel it changed you, personally and professionally, especially after the long path from your early years that you took to get there?
It's given me a renewed perspective on what I can accomplish. One of the things that I want to share with you beyond the headline is that I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat. I spent years working with organizations deciding to say, how can we make this more equitable? If I can raise the money, if I can do the research, I can put forward a model that other people can emulate. My entire life and career has been about creating a pathway for other people to follow. And that's one of the stories I'm excited to share as I travel around the world. It's not only about entrepreneurship and inspiration and science, it's about creating sustainable pathways for other people to have the same experiences that I've had.
I want to touch on your remarkable achievements in the world of entrepreneurship as well in just a moment. But let me ask you, in the same way people say that they see planet Earth differently after seeing it from space, how did it change your view of the Earth?
I feel so much appreciation for the little things. I can remember the number of sunsets that I caught last year, and it was less than 10. Today, I got up and I'm looking at everything, right? The plants, the animals. I just feel a sense of joy. I feel a sense of privilege, and I feel honored because there's no mistakes here on Earth. We are truly a blessing, and everybody has a purpose. And Earth, when you see it suspended against the darkness of space, it is impossible to not believe that we are all here for a reason. And we have to protect this planet. We have to share this. We have to go out and make it possible for other people to see it because it's such a beautiful thing. It's overwhelming when you get to see it from space.
Well, as you know, Aisha, we live in a world of social media and global interaction that is not always very nice or fair. And as you know, there's been some talk since the mission questioning the use of the term astronaut in connection with these short flights into space. How do you regard that debate, and what does the word astronaut mean to you?
Well, I think that in aerospace, there's always been a delineation between a NASA astronaut, per se, and a citizen astronaut. I think that the word citizen astronaut here is maybe more appropriate, but I think we're kind of getting into trying to classify an experience. And the reality of it is that it doesn't necessarily matter what people call me. What I feel we all are explorers. And when you think about what's happening in commercial space, it's really similar to the early days of air travel, where people were literally getting in these kind of makeshift airplanes and they're like trying to figure out how to fly around, and they're explorers. And that's exactly what we are. We're explorers, we're pushing the boundary. And I really welcome individuals to try to find a way to create naming that maybe is a little bit more reflective of the accomplishment as opposed to trying to be divisive.
Well, considering that valid point, were you surprised? I mean, how did you regard the fact that there was a backlash in social media? And did it diminish your experience in any way?
It's impossible for me to have the experience of seeing my lifelong goal be achieved. I'm grateful. I'm honored. I feel a sense of responsibility to go and share what I saw with the world and to build new bridges and to build new pathways. I think the conversation is healthy. I was excited because, look, as a science person, I have been involved in some very, very cool projects, but they've never been spoken about this much. Regardless of whether or not you were for it or you were against it, you were talking about it. And I think that's powerful because as we move into the next generation of space, we need involvement of all people. We need people to understand why it's powerful. And outside of the public discourse, we literally had middle schools, high schools, people around the world saw this mission. And so for me, I think we achieved a lot of what I would hope to get out of the mission was I brought visibility to the science that I was looking to conduct. And I had the opportunity to inspire people who may not have previously known about me or the work that was being done.
And no doubt you've become a role model for many young women. People like Claire, the intern whom you mentioned, who ended up working on the rocket used for your Blue Origin mission. But do you think that gender played a role in that negative reaction among some people?
No, I think we're at a period of time where we're making a lot of progress. And what's important is that we need all people. This commercial flight was the first, but it certainly won't be the last. When you look at what Blue Origin has done, they flew a 90-year-old, Ed Dwight. He was the first African-American astronaut selected by NASA. And in doing so, they righted a historic wrong. They also flew Wally Funk, who is a female pilot who has more hours in a plane than I think most people on the planet of Earth. I think the conversations about who can fly and how they fly are valid. And I think that opening up the door and talking about what we want the future of space and the future of aviation to look like, I don't necessarily think it's about the outcome.
Well, listen, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas personally sent you a congratulations message, and a lot of young people are now very inspired by what you've accomplished. What sort of messages have those youngsters shared with you?
Well, we had a 6-year-old at the launch. Her name is Zofia. And Zofia was tagging along with her family that day. And there's a beautiful picture of her looking up at me as we're parading to the launch pad. And all I can remember is her gaze. She was locked on. And I could tell that she was engaged. I could tell that she was inspired, but I really wouldn't know how inspired until after. It was a week after the launch, and I got a message from her dad, and it was an illustration. And it was the capsule coming down with the parachutes popping out. And he said to me, "I think I've got a problem." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Zofia said that she wants to go to space, but she's going to wait until she's a little bit older, maybe about 9. That, to me, I mean, it really sums up what's happening in my inbox and on my phone. There are so many people telling me that not only were they proud and they're excited, but that it renewed their dreams. I've had that as well with adults who grew up seeing space shuttle launches and were really motivated, inspired by them, and who were really excited to see that this launch was getting such wide coverage and sort of asked the question of, do you think that there are going to be more launches with this wide coverage in the future? And I hope so. I hope so for NASA missions. I hope so for Blue Origin missions. I hope so for Virgin Galactic missions. I hope so for all missions.
And your trip into space was also celebrated with a viewing party by staff and students at Washtenaw Community College, where your academic journey began. Looking back at that time, how far away did the dream of space feel then?
I mean, it felt like just that. It felt like a dream. Washtenaw Community College was where my life began because I met a lot of individuals who they didn't care about what I demonstrated on paper before. They were focused on pouring into me and I started to drown out the noise and only focus on the things that I wanted to achieve. And so one of the other stories about this launch that I'm really excited to share in the coming days is a student named Nathan Perry, who was a Washtenaw Community College student who was actually working on the launch site. And he's a Blue Origin employee, and we just have this connection because we both started from humble beginnings, from community college to NASA and to space. And the last thing, which completely and totally, like, I cried when I saw this, I'll tell you, Riz. My community college sent cardboard cutouts of me to the middle school, to the high school, and they had one available for their launch party. And they invited people to come in and actually take pictures of it and share it because it was literally making dreams real, right? This person went to community college. She's now on this rocket, and we have community college graduates who are working to make sure that she's safe alongside people that she's mentored.
Well, you carved the path. It's really inspiring. So I wonder, what sparked your shift from originally being uninterested in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to actually becoming a NASA engineer?
You know, I struggled with self-doubt. I had low self-esteem, and I spent so many days looking at myself in the mirror and not liking my reflection. And after a while, as a young person, it's really painful. And I started to say, Aisha, what would it be like if you felt good? What would it be like if you liked what you saw in the mirror? And what I realized was that I had committed to all of the negative things I thought about myself, replaying day after day after day. And so I took control of the mental narrative. And I deliberately started to say, you know what? I'm not going to allow you to put yourself down in your mind. I'm going to tell you that you can do it. I'm going to tell you that you are brave. I'm going to tell you that you should have courage. And once I started replaying that in my mind over and over again, I started to realize that I actually felt differently. I felt lighter. And I started to achieve and I started to accomplish things. I think that young persons around the world are in many circumstances under a lot of pressure. It can be so hard for them. And so once I separated the pressure I felt from trying to figure out how I, at 17, was going to study something that would allow me to pay for my life for the rest of my years on the planet and just focus on my goals and my dreams, I really started to flourish.
Well, it's good that happened, because there's the incredible story of how you almost missed out on your opportunity to join NASA. That was a close call that almost ruined your dream.
Yeah, because as I was working on the self-esteem, I mean, it's not an overnight job. It was something that I had to practice. And even to this day, and on launch day, I got up and in my mind, I affirmed myself. I said, Aisha, you have spent your entire life planning and preparing to be here. Today, you are going to get up, you are going to be present, you are going to do good science, you're going to be focused, and you're going to get everything out of this experience. It took me years to get there because as a college student, I didn't realize the power of being kind to myself. I didn't realize the power of finding a community that could pour into me. And so I had to build those things over the years. And as I've traveled around the world with the State Department or invited talks, I think that a lot of individuals have potential that is just untapped because they have not been taught how to harness the noise that can be in your mind and how to affirm yourself and how to make sure that you give yourself the best possible foundation for success, which is optimism and self-love.
And Aisha, I want to discuss how your story progressed, because when you left NASA, you founded your own company, STEM Board, that advises the US government. What drove that decision and what kind of impact has it had?
Well, it started with people like Claire. I was meeting students and I was realizing that I had more to give. I loved working for NASA. It is a dream job and I highly recommend it to anybody who's thinking about it. But in my job, my focus was engineering. I didn't have the opportunity to travel around and talk to students and share my journey as much as I would have liked to. And what I realized was that people thought that I was in my job because I was a genius, because everything was perfect, and because I had the best upbringing. And the reality of that was it wasn't quite true. I had a lot of challenges, I had a lot of failures, I had a lot of setbacks, but it was how I chose to look at them that made the difference in the long run. And once I started doing this, I said, what if I created a company? And once again, people laughed in my face, but I was dog sitting this dog who was amazing. And the dog told me I could do it, right? So I was like, animals, they're your friends, like, go do it. And so I said, well, wouldn't it be really cool if I actually built a company from scratch and it worked? Wouldn't other people maybe feel inspired and do the same? Well, 12 years ago, I built Stemboard. We're an engineering firm. We've twice been recognized by Inc. 5000 as one of the fastest growing companies in America. We have been also recognized for hiring and retainment of veterans in the United States and the good works that we've done around the world. And it was all because I just decided that I would make it up, right? I made up the logo, I made up the company. And today I have engineers who work for me full time in multiple states. And that's what we do. We make dreams reality. And we really stand as a model for what other people could do with their potential in the future.
And if that wasn't enough, as a young woman starting and running such a successful company, you had to go and start another one called Lingo. What are you hoping to solve with that business?
Well, I'll tell you, Lingo was a mistake, but it was a wonderful mistake. Running one company is enough. It's definitely a lot of responsibility on a day-to-day basis. But Lingo came as an act of love. We as Stemboard engineers were donating our time to help nonprofits in the community. And what we realized was that these nonprofits were going out and they were teaching kids, they were doing STEM workshops, but they may not have had the time or the expertise to develop the content and the curricula in-house. And so we decided to do that for one of our nonprofit partners, and the pandemic happened. And we said, we have to help these nonprofits. We have to help the parents and the teachers at home. And so in the course of 1 year, we made, we delivered, and we helped instruct over 5,000 kids. And we said, whoa, this is going to need to be its own thing because there's such a need for it. Today, we supported over 10,000 students. My mom actually is Employee of the Month every month in Lingo. That's right. She went from being my mom to working in one of my startups, which is very fun. And I've had the opportunity to see what students in other countries get out of our kits because I've taught them in Kenya. I actually taught them in India. I had a 5-city tour through India where I taught Lingo, and the kids just loved it. From Calcutta to Dubai, to Delhi. And I actually brought some Lingo kits to Dubai too. So I just have had them all over the place. And it's been wonderful to see the response that students have had.
And Aisha, I should point out that you're a big supporter of Club for the Future, the Blue Origin nonprofit division. Tell me about that.
Club for the Future helps students send postcards to space. Postcards to space. I love the concept because it brings space down to earth. And it also allows for students to have the opportunity to, write their dreams, share them, and send them. And so Club for the Future not only travels around and provides these postcards, but they talk about the rocket. They talk about commercial space travel. And it's a really great way for people to get engaged no matter where they are.
So that was your role for Club Future on this mission?
Yes. So from 2022, I gathered up all my postcards and I delivered them to Club for the Future for processing. After the mission, they're going to take them off of the rocket and they're going to return them to the dreamers.
Understood. Well, one thing that people who know you are aware of is that you're not just an entrepreneur, not just obviously smart and academically accomplished as a person who's now been to space, an astronaut, but you're also quite an activist and advocate.
I would love to see more people go into space. It is a wonderful deal.
So at a time when spending on DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion programs, are being cut back, What gives you optimism about the future of science in the US?
What gives me optimism is the power of the person. And what I mean by that is I'm literally having a conversation with you about my STEM career, about the science that I was able to do on the mission, about the funds that I was able to raise with organizations to inhabit the seat, and about a moment that was seen by millions of people around the world, and one which I'm going to spend the rest of my life sharing. And I'm just one person. Imagine the power that comes from this conversation and other people deciding that they have the power to shape the future the way that they want it to be. And that's really what I want to leave people with, right? I dreamed it, I planned it, I did it, and so can you. I understand that there are a lot of things happening, not only in the United States, but around the world that will be discussed for years to come. But I think the question is, what can you do in order to shape the future that you want?
And of course, times have changed. And from a time when you couldn't imagine the opportunity to travel to space that has been developed through projects such as Blue Origin, it's now become a possible dream for many more people, something for which you advocate. But given the huge cost, is such an ambition even practical?
You know, I wonder if when Henry Ford designed vehicles, he thought that they would be as popular as they are today, right? I mean, I wonder the same things about the Wright brothers. I think with all great inventions, whether it's ships or aircraft, submarines, I mean, they all kind of started being initially fairly expensive and somewhat out of reach. And you had the individuals who became the early adopters, many of whom were more affluent in society. And then these things became more common. I mean, I still remember getting my first cell phone. I had only seen cell phones on other people. And I know you're probably laughing because you know exactly what that was like, right? When you get your first phone, I'm from the generation where we had one phone, it was in the kitchen, and it had a long cord, and you better hope that your mom cared to give you the message. But now there's more computing power in cell phones than we're on the space shuttle. And so when we talk about innovation, we talk about spaceflight, what we just witnessed is what is going to eventually drive down the cost so that this will be affordable to all people. And it follows the natural cycle that happens with innovation and early adoption.
Aisha, let's put this into context. I was excited when I saw my first electric typewriter. Looking ahead, what's next for you on Earth or in space? And what's your newest dream?
1 million students with hands-on STEM learning through our Lingo STEM coding kits. In honor of this mission, I actually spent the last year working with my team to develop lessons that bring some of the same space concepts home. We're piloting them here where I live in Virginia, and we just actually partnered with a local school district to roll them out into the schools, which I'm so excited by. And I can't wait to be able to share the joy of space and the skills that are needed to be employable in the future with millions.
Aisha, fantastic. Now, I'm going to end this wonderful interview with something that we like to do with cool people on this show, and that is to ask you around 10 quick-fire questions where you can just answer in 1 or 2 words. You just have to think on your feet. Are you up for that?
I'm up for it.
Cool. Okay. The first one. What's the biggest discovery you'd like to see in space exploration?
Another habitable planet.
Number 2, what's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful. It's compassionate, it's wondrous, and it should be protected.
Number 3, is there anything you would do differently on a second trip to the stars?
I would spend much more time.
Number 4, would you rather return to space yourself or inspire a future astronaut to travel to Mars?
Can I do both? Both.
Why not? Okay, there you go. Number 5, will women close the gender gap in the space workforce within the next 10 years?
I certainly hope so.
Question 6, who's your favorite astronaut and why?
It's hard to pick just one. I absolutely love Jeanette Epps, Joan Higginbotham, Mae Jameson, Katie Coleman, Suni Williams. They're all my favorites. Can I say they're all my favorites?
Of course you can. Well, 7. What's your favorite Katy Perry song?
My favorite Katy Perry song would be Firework.
Nice choice. Question 8. Considering you were told to go into cosmetology and fashion, and considering you've actually become something of a fashion icon, what's the choice? Cosmology or cosmetology?
Cosmology.
Number 9. Spacesuits. Fashionable or functional?
Both.
I knew you were going to say that.
Prada's designing the newest spacesuits. I mean, it's both.
Fair enough. So then, question 10. Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to squeeze out one final question. How would you sum up your experience in space in a single sentence?
The most meaningful thing that has happened to me ever.
Aisha, Bowe, congratulations, and thank you so much for taking the time to have such a great conversation.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Riz.
The remarkable astronaut, Aisha Bowe. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments and thoughts. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer, in that Oval Office, somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Now, it's been more than a week since President Trump brokered a ceasefire, drawing a line under the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Well, Washington has suggested that nuclear negotiations with Tehran could resume as early as this week. But the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi seems to be suggesting that talks are unlikely to restart quite so soon. So, what's next for diplomacy? What might Iran's next moves be? And just how much damage has been inflicted on Iran's nuclear program? Well, we're joined now by General David Petraeus, who is the former director of the CIA, a position he held during a pivotal period. During his 37-year-long military career, he led key missions, including the Iraq Surge, US Central Command and coalition forces in Afghanistan. He's also the co-author of the best-selling book, Conflict, The Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you for joining us, General Petraeus.
Good to be with you, Tom.
You have described the damage inflicted by the United States and Israel on Iran's nuclear program as being very, very substantial. Would you go as far as to say it's been obliterated?
Well, I think there are some unknowns still that would lead me to stick with what I originally assessed as very, very substantial. That's a lot, obviously. We don't know, though, how much was done inside the mountain of Fordo. I think, again, very significant, but that'll require some time to determine. And we're not sure also whether there might be some of the highly enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium that may have been stored elsewhere outside of Natanz, Fordo, and possibly Esfahan, as well as some centrifuges that could enrich it further, of course, to weapons grade being over 90%. So I think that's the reason for hedging a bit on this. The bomb damage assessment process takes time. It takes all sources of intelligence, everything that you can bring together and synthesize, integrate, to reach a conclusion about how significant the damage actually has been and whether there still is some enrichment capacity and some highly enriched uranium to enrich.
Okay, so we still don't have all the evidence. We haven't got the full damage reports. Doesn't sound to me like you think we've seen the last of Iran's nuclear ambitions. What are your thoughts?
I think that's probably correct. In fact, what I would love to see now, the best case of all would be that Iran would agree to a nuclear accord that would essentially ban any enrichment of uranium in Iran. It would also allow the International Atomic Energy Agency to verify that, to oversee the process of the dismantling of all of their nuclear enrichment architecture, and allow them to go anywhere they want at any time in the process of so doing. I'm not sure that Iran will do that. I would suspect that that's probably not the case. But then I think Iran needs to do a little bit of reflection and recognize that it is in an exceedingly weak position, given that all of its air and ballistic missile defenses those have been obliterated, I think it's fair to say, given that not a single Israeli aircraft nor American aircraft was even hit, much less shot down during the 12 days of this campaign.
Do you think there's an element of risk here that perhaps these events might have accelerated Iran towards trying to create a nuclear deterrent? I mean, they could argue they need one more than ever, given what's happened in Iran in the last 2 weeks.
One can make that argument. Sure, there's risk in everything, but there's also enormous risk to them if they were to be revealed as doing that. And once again, you'd see another devastating air campaign unleashed on them. And keep in mind that when you put together Mossad, CIA, NSA, other intelligence organizations, there are quite good, as they say, insights into what's going on in Iran. After all, look at what Israel did to reportedly 14 nuclear scientists, all pinpointed and identified and taken out. The same with a number of the leaders of the military and then the Revolutionary Guards Corps and so forth. So that should give them considerable pause, I think, and probably they should conclude that it would be a very bad idea were they to try to enrich to weapons-grade uranium.
Yeah, I mean, just picking up on that, I mean, I'd like to ask you, I mean, clearly very close coordination between Israel and the United States on intel, on military matters. How would you describe the overall mission and this joint force when it comes to collective intelligence?
Well, the intelligence and military relationships have always been very strong between the U.S. and Israel, and they were made even stronger when Israel was included as part of the U.S. Central Command as opposed to the European Command, which was really sort of a hangover from the past. In a sense, I guess that they thought that the individual who's commanding Central Command should be focused, if you will, on the Arabs and others in the Middle East, and that European Command could look after the Israelis. That was changed a number of years ago. That relationship has improved ever since dramatically, literally operating hand in glove when it comes to this kind of endeavor. And that's been very, very good, as it turns out, in operational terms, as we have seen with this very, very impressive 12-day campaign by Israel, and also the very impressive strikes by the United States.
And there was talk of a rift between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump in the weeks preceding the first Israel strikes. Do you think that rift was somehow manufactured to add a little bit more sort of a surprise element?
Not necessarily. There have been rifts between presidents of the U.S. and prime ministers of Israel as long as I can remember. There were rifts when I was the commander of Central Command, and we still had a relationship at that time, although they were not formally part of our area of responsibility. There was a rift when I was the director of the CIA, and it didn't affect the relationship with Mossad at all, nor did the rift previous to that affect the military relationship. Those have always been very, very strong, and they have clearly stayed very strong. One other point I might make about Iran sprinting to a bomb if they have some HEU left and some centrifuges that can enrich it. I don't believe that they have the capability anymore to metallize it. Esfahan, that facility, which was hit, was one of the three sites the U.S. hit. In this case, it was hit with cruise missiles launched from a submarine after Israel had already hit it very hard. That's the site where some critical parts of the enrichment process take place. They turn the uranium into something that can be actually enriched in the beginning, and then at the end of the process, if it's at weapons grade, they turn it into the kind of metal that can actually be shaped into a nuclear device. I don't think that they have that capability anymore as a result of the strikes on Esfahan, but again, that's another of the unknowns that is out there.
Sure. I mean, events move very quickly during the course of the last couple of weeks. I mean, within hours of an Iranian attack on a U.S. military base here in the Middle East, President Trump was brokering a ceasefire with Iran. I mean, were you surprised by the pace of events? And did you think perhaps things were perhaps a little on the hasty side as far as President Trump's handling of all this?
I was a bit, to be candid, although there are, as always, elements of the decision-making process and factors that led to that aren't always clearly apparent to all the rest of us. One of those undoubtedly had to do with the opportunity for Israel to refurbish, to replenish its interceptor stocks for intercepting the Iranian missiles. Iran's missiles are dramatically reduced as a result of both their use and then a number of those that have been struck in warehouses and on launch pads, as have been their numbers of launchers. Nonetheless, that gets a bit concerning over time. You know, how many missiles and launchers does Iran have relative to how many interceptors does Israel have? And I'm sure that Israel is making the very most of this opportunity to manufacture more and more and more of those interceptors to be sure, absolutely certain, that they never run out before Iran does.
Do you ever offer any advice to the Trump administration? I mean, have you ever been asked for it? And is it at all common for a former CIA director to be asked for advice by an administration?
Well, yeah, in fact, the director of the CIA called me in a month or two ago, supposed to be 30 minutes, and I left after an hour and 20 minutes. So, sure, those who served in positions before you did often will reach out. That's customary, and it takes place. Depends, obviously, on the relationship between the incumbent and the alumnus of that position.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I mean, just sort of before we move on from the 12-day war, as it's been dubbed, some people, we spoke to John Bolton yesterday, former US National Security Advisor, seem to suggest perhaps they could have gone further. The Israelis and the Americans could have gone further and perhaps, quote, finished the job. Do you tend to agree with John Bolton?
I was just with him yesterday, as a matter of fact. In fact, we were on stage together at Aspen Ideas. I have generally been a bit more cautious about that than he has, the possibilities for that. Certainly, there are elements within Iran that might want to break off. That's something different than regime change, but that's something we should keep an eye on. There are obviously Kurds, there are Turkmen, there are Azeris, there are Arabs, there are Baluchis, and at least 4 of those 5 are contiguous to countries or regions, in the case of Kurdish regional government, that with which they might feel more affinity than the government in Tehran. When it comes to overall regime change, however, I think that's pretty tough to envision other than from within the regime. Typically, when these situations occur, when a regime is weakened to the point that it might be overthrown, the individual or group that's on top at the end of it when the dust settles is the one that has the most effective and charismatic leader and the most guys with the most guns. And in this case, there's no real opposition leader who has emerged. If he had, he'd be in prison or dead. Although we should note that Israel did bomb the entrance of the prison that holds most of the political prisoners of Iran. But again, there's not that figure out there. There's not the kind of robust organization, weapons, and so forth that could materialize. So I'm a bit cautious about the prospects for outside overthrow of this regime. But you could always envision someone inside the regime at a reasonably high position who could say, you know, this 86 or 87-year-old guy is about to die anyway. Why don't we influence the succession process a bit here, or something along those lines. But I think we should be cautious about hopes that this might usher in an opportunity for a Jeffersonian Democrat to ride in on a white horse and take over and recognize that all of this support for proxies and nuclear enrichment and so forth has been incredibly damaging to their country.
Sure, and President Trump himself seemed hesitant and possibly anti-regime change, a bit like what you're saying. I mean, do you think, though, at the end of the 12-day war, Iran poses less of a threat to the region and to U.S. interests than it did before the war started?
Oh, absolutely, sure. And you have to remember that over the course since 7 October, you've seen Hezbollah dramatically degraded. Its leadership not just decapitated at the very top, but decimated. Thousands of leaders had those pagers that blew up in their faces when they tried to decrypt that message that caused the explosion. And the next day, of course, their only remaining means of communication, the walkie-talkies, blew up as well. It is much, much reduced from what it was before. And because of the overthrow of the Bashar al-Assad regime, the murderous Iran ally, because he is gone to Moscow, presumably, now you have leadership in Syria, still very much an incomplete task to consolidate the control. But Syria is not an Iranian ally at this point in time and will not allow Iran, as Iran used to be able to do, to transit Syrian soil with weapons, ammunition, missiles, rockets, and the implements for making more in manufacturing facilities and bases that Iran controlled in Syria. So that's a very significant change also.
Sure.
Beyond that, Hamas obviously is dramatically degraded. That is by no means over. There's still a lot of work to do, and the 3 objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu set out to achieve still have not been achieved, nor has a 4th one that I believe should be achieved, and that is to provide a better life for the Palestinian people in Gaza without Hamas in their lives. And the strategy they're employing will not achieve the first three, much less the final fourth one. And then the Shia militia in Iraq seem to be taking a knee to a degree, perhaps trying to avoid some kind of upset in the months leading up to the election there. And the Houthis seem to be a bit degraded as well. And I doubt that Iran has much to share with any of them at this point, having been so substantially degraded itself. And keep in mind, again, that Iran's air and ballistic missile defense, for all intents and purposes, has been obliterated. And that means that Israel, if it needs to, can fly at will once again above Iran, as long as it stays out of the range of the heavy machine gun air defense weapons, and inflict further damage on Iran as is necessary.
And just mentioning Syria there, as you did, I just wonder what you thought of reports that Israel could normalize ties with Syria and Lebanon. I mean, is that something you would expect to see perhaps during the months ahead?
It would be a wonderful development, I think. Lebanon clearly is still a relatively new government. The degradation of Hezbollah and reduction of its influence allowed the selection of a president after a year of wrangling, allowed the parliament to move forward, allowed the Lebanese armed forces to move into that area between the northern border of Israel and the Litani River, the area from which Hezbollah was raining down rockets on Israeli citizens, some 70 or 80,000 of whom were not able to stay in their homes for well over a year. But let's see how the political situation develops there. Likewise in Syria, I've been impressed that the leader who overthrew Bashar al-Assad, who I should acknowledge was in our detention facility in Iraq during the surge, then to be sure was with ISIS, then broke off from them, Al-Qaeda, and then broke off from them. He is saying the right things, and I think we should give him every opportunity to actually implement what it is that he has been saying, which in essence is to say that this should be a government that represents all the peoples of Syria, a country through which, as you know, many of the ethnic and sectarian and tribal fault lines of the Middle East run, and that there should indeed be majority rule, but also minority rights very clearly guarded. And I'd love to see that come about in Syria after many decades of the Assads running it as their own little fiefdom in a very, very brutal and murderous fashion.
One of the things that emerged in the run-up to the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites was a lot of debate about whether or not the United States should get involved in what was perceived as being potentially another forever war in a faraway land. I mean, this aversion in the United States amongst the public and amongst people in President Trump's own party seems to be a legacy, doesn't it, of what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Sure it does. Yeah. No, those are long wars. They were tough. We, by the way, didn't need to leave Afghanistan when we did. That was very sustainable. That was a big mistake. And I said so publicly at the time that we would come to regret it. And I hope that we have. We've plunged the country back into the kind of 7th or 8th century interpretation of ultra-conservative Islam, to the regret, I am sure, of at least 50% of the population, if not much more than that. But be that as it may, those are tough, long, hard wars. We did have Iraq in a very good position when our final combat forces left in late 2011. And tragically, the government of Iraq then pursued highly sectarian actions that undid a good bit of what it is that we all had fought together and sacrificed together to achieve. Regardless, those were tough. And I think you have lessons of the most visceral experiences that one has seen during one's lifetime. And this is a case where that is true. In fact, I wrote my PhD dissertation at Princeton on the American military and the lessons of Vietnam, another very tough war, which actually overshadowed some of what we did early on in Iraq, to its detriment, I would add as well.
Yeah, but do you think the fact that the US public is a bit war weary and they're fed up with these forever wars is the right driver to shape US foreign policy? Isn't it the wrong way round?
Well, it depends on what it is you're contemplating. I mean, Syria is not a long war for the United States. We have no boots on the ground. There's no intent to overthrow the regime, as was the explicit case in both Afghanistan because the Taliban refused to turn over al-Qaeda. They were sheltering, and because, of course, the murderous regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. This is a totally different war. People should recognize that. I think President Trump has gone to some lengths to explain that because there is a part of each party in the United States that is, again, absolutely averse to anything that would look like in Iraq or in Afghanistan again. But this is all part of understanding the domestic sources, the domestic factors that play into the determination of foreign policy, not just in the United States, but in any country.
Do you think President Trump should try to engage with Iran? Do you think the Trump administration will engage with Iran? I mean, there's talk about perhaps an Iranian delegation visiting the White House. Do you see that as likely?
Well, I think there should be some preliminaries before that happens, to be sure. But no, I think there should be engagement with Iran. It would be wonderful. Again, if the Iranian leadership could recognize how ruinous their policies have been for the people of Iran, 80% of whom presumably oppose what the regime has done and how it has gone about it. This is a country with extraordinary potential that has repeatedly failed to live up to that potential because they're too busy trying to cause mischief and problems and mayhem in other parts of the region. We should recognize, by the way, as well, that Israel is truly changed because of 10/7 in its strategic outlook. It will never again allow a threat to materialize, not just in neighboring countries, but also in the region if it has the capabilities that Iran has demonstrated. So I think absolutely they should sit down. They should absolutely give up their nuclear effort. If they want to do civilian nuclear power, we or others can provide the uranium to fuel that. But otherwise, they should have no nuclear enrichment, and the IAEA should have full rights to go anywhere at any time to verify that that establishment has been completely dismantled.
Aren't you concerned, though, that Israel has slightly overreached when you consider all of the campaigns that Israel's been involved in across the region, Yemen, Iran, Lebanon, Syria, the Palestinian territories? I mean, does that sound to you like overreach?
It sounds to me like the response of a country that has experienced the most horrible day in its entire history, the worst day for Jews since the Holocaust, the worst intelligence mistake in their entire history, and there were others, of course, the Yom Kippur War among them, the worst military readiness failure, the response was wholly inadequate, and the worst political miscalculation. And that's why I mentioned they have changed their strategic outlook, and I think that that is appropriate. Think about what took place on that day, what they experienced, the losses. Keep in mind that we lost not quite 3,000 on 9/11. The equivalent losses for us of what they sustained for their population would be over 40,000 killed and 7,000 taken hostage. So no, I don't think that that is necessarily overreach. Iran has long been at the root of all these problems as well, with its murderous proxies. I should note that hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers were killed in Iraq by the explosively formed penetrators that the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guards Corps provided to Iraqi Shia militia who were funded, trained, and guided by those in Tehran.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, just to wrap up this conversation, overall, how would you rate the Trump administration on foreign policy? Does the world feel like a safer place with President Trump in the White House?
Well, I think it's still very much a work in progress. We saw an astonishing gathering of NATO leaders, for example, just last week. I don't think anyone ever could have imagined that a U.S. president could get NATO leaders to do what they did, which was to commit to not just 2% of GDP on defense, but to 3.5%. Yes, it's over a period of time, to be sure, but that is very, very encouraging. And for me in particular, having been a NATO guy, if you will, having a NATO hat position as a 1-star, 3-star, 4-star, while also having a U.S. hat, and having watched repeatedly presidents of either party in the U.S. rail at the insufficient spending on defense by Europeans, and all of a sudden you see them make that commitment. And it'll be 5% if you add in other ancillary actions and tasks that help support the movement of combat power to the eastern front, if you will, in Europe and so on. So I think that's very, very significant. The tariffs very much still out there waiting to be resolved. The sooner, of course, that they can be resolved, the better. The smaller that they are in general, also very much the better. That's still quite disruptive, and it creates enormous uncertainty among consumers in the United States as well as countries overseas that are dependent on trade with the United States. In the Middle East, I think, again, still very much a work in progress, but a very encouraging set of results from that particular work.
Okay, well, we've covered a number of topics. We could have covered a number more, but thank you very much in the meantime to General David Petraeus, former director of the CIA. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Till then, bye-bye.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios, and these are our top stories. The British Prime Minister travels to President Trump's golf course in Scotland to discuss Gaza and transatlantic trade. It comes as the US President agrees to a major tariff deal with the EU in what's been called the world's largest bilateral trade investment relationship. Meanwhile, Israel continues to pause military activity in Gaza to allow aid deliveries in. And Thailand and Cambodia agreed to an immediate and unconditional ceasefire after peace talks. The British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has travelled to Scotland today to visit President Trump and his golf course in Ayrshire. It marks day 4 of the US President's trip. The two leaders have been discussing the ongoing conflict in Gaza, as well as ongoing trade deals between the US and the UK. Here's what they had to say in Turnberry. Have a listen.
And you've done a fantastic job with regard to the trade deal. You know, they wanted a trade deal here for years, many years. That brings unity. We didn't need unity. We also discussed, obviously, Gaza. And I think before we get to phase 2, which is, you know, what's going to happen afterwards, we want to get the children fed. We made a contribution a week ago of $60 million, all going into food. We also discussed inside that we are, you know, there's a whole new thing happening with regard to energy from nuclear. And the Prime Minister's looking at that very strongly, and I know you have Rolls-Royce nuclear plants. That sounds pretty good, right? I love that.
Now, to discuss this and all of today's stories, we're joined in the studio by Michael Jabri-Pickett, the Managing Director of This Is Dubai, and by journalist Lubna Hamdan. Both of you, thank you so much for joining us, first of all. Michael, we'll turn to you. The two leaders, lots to discuss, it seems, today. Let's start with how it went overall. What do you think? Good optics or bad?
I think it depends on your perspective. If you were hoping for Hugh Grant from Love Actually, I think you would be disappointed.
Yes.
But if you are a worker in the UK who is hoping that your industry would not be facing harsh tariffs, then I think you can be pleasantly satisfied that your man at the top, the Prime Minister, was not targeted, and he did nothing to irritate arguably the most powerful man in the world. And you want to sort of have those meetings, touch base with the president, and then kind of get out cleanly. You don't want to get Zelensky'd, as it were.
Because we've seen that happen a lot, right? And I think that's probably one of the things that any world leader going into a discussion with Donald Trump now is concerned about, is what is the fallout that's likely to happen from the meeting or after the meeting. Lubna, what exactly does it mean for the rest of the world? Is this going to make a significant change in global politics, a meeting like what we've seen today?
I think I disagree with you, Michael, right? Can I say that first of all? Because I think he was Zelensky'd a little bit, right? He was cut off by Trump, and I think we saw sort of a similar pattern with Zelensky in the Oval Office. I think it was embarrassing to be Keir-Starmer today.
But now, in saying that, did he come out of it the other side and say, well, right, because there's still a win at the end of the day. The trade deal is still better than what Europe got, and we will get to that in a while. Is he still just maybe pacifying Trump to be like, I'm here, I'm not going to cause a scene. I want to walk away the other side with the bigger man somewhat?
Sure, absolutely. But I think that's short-sighted, right? In the long run, is that really going to work or not? Because Trump is unpredictable. He hasn't done anything to warrant him being interrupted in the press conference today. So I don't know. Is that the right way to play this game? I don't know. Because I didn't see any mutual respect between them. Whereas if it were Putin speaking with him, you know, we would have seen something different.
Yeah, I guess a very different ballgame. Michael, anyone is scared to antagonise President Trump at the moment, is what it seems.
Yeah, I think that that's the PR line that you are fed if you're the leader going in speaking with Donald Trump. I think the goal is not to antagonize him, not to get in his crosshairs. You want to make sure that he feels like you are like-minded. And that's one of the things that Keir-Starmer and Donald Trump spoke about today, is that they both seem to, at least publicly, agree on many things. They get along, they respect each other, so they say. And that, unfortunately, it's the way that it is right now with the President of the United States. You have to give him the impression that you're a man or a woman who's on his side.
Lubna, I guess we've seen a little bit of a change in the rhetoric that we've heard from Donald Trump. We know that September 2nd, that 50-day mark is looming ever closer. Now Donald Trump said, well, I'm actually going to reduce that down even more. So even though this is a personal trip, it's been used as a political chance to discuss that Ukraine-Russian ceasefire deal. And he's used that to his advantage on this trip.
I think it's all theatrics, Jono, honestly, because I don't think Putin is fazed by that statement at all. I think the ball is in Vladimir Putin's court right now, and I think Trump is just buying time. He hasn't achieved a ceasefire in Ukraine. He made a lot of promises and hasn't delivered. So, I mean, for me, I don't see the point of making that statement at all, except for buying time, honestly.
Michael, what do you think? Bringing that to the table today, was that necessary, do you think, while he's on the golf course? Because it is a personal trip, isn't it?
It is a personal trip, but I don't think the location matters. Not if you're talking about global issues, especially a war where people are dying. I don't think the setting matters if you're prepared to talk about something of substance. Now, I did see one critic who said all this means is that Vladimir Putin will ignore Donald Trump earlier. And I think that there is some truth in that. I do think that the Russian president is probably of the opinion, I'll just wait and see what happens, because maybe in 10 days or 12 days, something else will distract him or something else will make him move the deadline even more. And if Vladimir Putin were to come out and say, I'm prepared to talk, can you just give me a little bit more time? Not that he will, but if he were, I think Donald Trump would probably feel, oh, he's now playing my game. He's agreed to come to the table to negotiate a ceasefire, so we'll give him a couple of extra weeks.
Lots discussed as well about Gaza, and although you said Keir-Starmer kind of walked away almost like a beaten puppy at the end of that, there was still one thing that he stuck by his guns on, that was mentioning Gaza to Donald Trump. So do you think that was somewhat of a win?
A little bit. I don't know if you can consider it a win, since everything's been done already in Gaza. You know, there's a famine going on, and, you know, they've already accomplished their goal in Gaza. So I think it's a little too late. So I just don't think it's gonna, you know, gonna make a difference with people, honestly, whatever anybody says at this point, unfortunately. So I don't know. I thought it was really underwhelming, the meeting, personally. And I think actually the fact that the setting was on his golf course, you know, he had a lot of security, right?
Yeah.
I think he's just a PR, you know, stuntman at this point, right?
Well, let's talk about that. Michael, 6,000 officers. There's only 16,000 in Scotland. They've had to ship people in from Northern Ireland to help out with this as well. The cost of this, and I'm going to take it back to 2018 on the official presidential visit for a 4-day trip, $20 million US. $4 million of that for his last trip to Turnberry alone. So we can assume that the cost will probably run significantly higher with inflation. We're now, 8 years later. So this is a significantly expensive trip, but for the UK taxpayer, I think.
But I think when you have such a divisive figure, who's also arguably one of the two most powerful men in the world, I think there's going to be the need for security. I also think that when you're going to a foreign country that is a democracy where people can go and protest, I think that's going to add another layer in the need for security. You have to remember that there was an assassination attempt in Pennsylvania on Donald Trump in America. So when you're going overseas, the last thing that the Secret Service want to do is take any chances, and nor do you want to be the leader of a country where there's an assassination attempt on the president. You want to make sure that everything is buckled down as tight as it can be.
At Lubna, there was also the protest that we saw. Now, when I spoke earlier on to John, which we'll catch up with in a second, he said that was kind of zoomed in. There was protest, but it's not that many people. Did you expect there to be a heavy amount of protest when Donald Trump rocked up to Scotland?
I did actually, considering, a lot of people were against the golf course. There were a lot of environmentalist issues around that. But I mean, look, the media love to hate on Donald Trump, right? But that's even better publicity for him. And speaking also about the assassination attempt, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but I don't know who poses during an assassination attempt. So that was a bit bizarre as well. So I don't know. I feel like even the fact that he has the security and he's known for, he just loves luxury and being over the top. So I think it's just part of his personality at this point, right?
It certainly seems to be a divisive trip. Earlier, I spoke to John Boothman, who is a political journalist in Scotland with The Times, about how the visit is going down with the locals. Have a listen to this.
Look, there's only 16,000 police officers in Scotland, and 6 of them are being deployed all around about 2 golf courses for Donald Trump. Turnberry, the village of Turnberry, has been called the smallest fortified village in the world. There are police officers here to augment that force from Northern Ireland and all parts of England just to help out. The operation is absolutely huge. The comparison I was going to make was with the COP26 climate change conference, which took place in Glasgow in 2026. Local people in Scotland are they're asking the question, who's going to have to foot the bill for this? As I say, it was, after all, billed as a private visit. It's turned into something much more. We're going to see, again, J.D. Vance is coming to Scotland next month. So we're going to see something on that front. As I say, people are quite annoyed by the cost of this. And it's caused a fair amount of disruption as well.
Now, this was, I guess, still a win at the end of the day because business is being done. Final thoughts on this, Michael and Lubna, both of you. Yes, we've had a go about what has been the overall rhetoric. We've seen the First Minister of Scotland is heading tonight to have dinner in Aberdeenshire as well. I guess there's still been some business done. So the Trump media machine takes away a win out of this trip, surely, no?
So from the Trump side, yes, I think it is a win because he's got the deal with the EU that he can talk about. And the president of the EU, Ursula, was very complimentary, saying that it was the biggest. She used the superlatives that Donald Trump loves, the biggest, the best, the largest. And that's what really gets him engaged. And so Donald Trump can talk about that. And he can also talk about a successful meeting with First Minister and also with Keir Starmer. So there are victories from his side. From the host's side, I think that, again, I don't want to belabor the point, but for people to be able to sort of slide under the radar and not to come away from a meeting where they are the news, I think that's a little bit of a victory.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The UK Prime Minister announces that the UK will recognise Palestine as a state by September unless Israel agree to a ceasefire. In New York, 4 people are dead, including a police officer, after a gunman opens fire inside a Manhattan skyscraper. And the Kremlin responds to Trump's deadline ultimatum, defending its ongoing military operations in Ukraine as 17 people are killed by a Russian airstrike. The British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has announced that the UK will recognise Palestine as a state by September. That's unless Israel agrees to a ceasefire. Earlier today, Starmer recalled his cabinet from their summer recess for an emergency meeting on the ongoing conflict. Here's how he made that announcement. Have a listen.
I can confirm the UK will recognise the State of Palestine by the United Nations General Assembly in September, unless the Israeli government takes substantive steps to end the appalling situation in Gaza, agree to a ceasefire, and commit to a long-term sustainable peace, reviving the prospect of a two-state solution. And this includes allowing the UN to restart the supply of aid and making clear that there will be no annexations in the West Bank.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, we're joined in the studio by Shane McGinley, news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and journalist Lubna Hamdan as well. Thank you both for joining us. Shane, first of all, let's turn to you. A significant announcement, it seems.
Yeah, significant is a word that I would use for it, especially the fact that he recalled the cabinet. But I think it's, in terms of Starmer, it's just a little bit too little too late, to be honest, and I don't think it's going to have much sway in Gaza. But I think the timing of it is interesting, that he's just come back from Scotland to see Mr. Trump, because it always comes back to Trump every story, really, doesn't it? So I think he probably, in the conversation with the Donald, probably when they spoke about this, he got the indication that Trump was starting to lose his patience with Israel. So I think that gave him the green light that he could go ahead with it, because a lot of the British press were talking about how Starmer was on the fence about this issue of recognising the Palestinian state. So I think that the significance can be put in that he probably got the green light to go ahead from Trump. So I think that is a positive move, because it might show that there is some sway in Washington. So I think that's the more significant angle, I think, in this story.
And yeah, I think we can dive into that for sure in a minute. Lubna, first of all, though, this is the British peace plan. Is the UK really taken seriously when it comes to the table on issues of such a global magnitude, or has it kind of lost a bit of its clout?
I think, considering there's a famine going on, why September? Why not now? You're telling them you have 2 more months. Unless we get more aid in, then what's the point going to be? You know, I think it would have been a much stronger move for him to do that right now. But look, I do believe it's a step forward anyway to have more and more European countries hold Israel accountable. But of course, you know, the UK doesn't have the same sway in the Middle East that it used to have. So I think this is, again, more symbolic and diplomatic, as opposed to you know, having the weight that the US does when it comes to negotiations.
Well, let's take it back, Shane, and you tipped on something, I guess, the why now question. Trump, Swinney and Starmer were all together at Turnberry yesterday. So do you think a conversation went on behind closed doors? Because Trump, as we know, the US has abstained and in fact boycotted the UN chat about the two-state proposition today in New York.
Yeah, to answer your question, yes, definitely and fastly, I think, yes, they probably did have a conversation, and I think Starmer doesn't look like the sort of person who's going to do anything without the green light even from Trump. So I think that's definitely where this suddenly rush back of the cabinet has come from, because I think Trump's kind of like stuck in the middle, because he has to be seen to support Israel because of his domestic side of it. But I think Starmer was definitely not going to do anything without Trump's backing. That's pretty clear.
So, and I guess, Lubna, to you on this one, do you think Donald Trump, in an ideal scenario whereby the US are not showing support for Israel, do you think he would like to outwardly support Palestine, the people of Palestine, and the two-state solution?
Trump, you mean? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It's really hard to understand or to know what Trump is thinking, honestly, because on the one hand, he says there is real starvation. You know, these people look very, very hungry. And on the other hand, he wants them to say thank you for the aid. So what is he really thinking?
Yeah.
It seems a little bit out of touch. So I don't know if Trump, you know, he also called Biden a Palestinian as an insult. So, yeah.
What he said specifically about today's announcement was, I'm okay with it. I don't have to agree with it, but I'm okay with it, which is, I guess, interesting. That kind of gives you an idea for where Donald Trump's mind is at on this issue.
Going back to what you said about sort of the UK, like we had France do this, and I think France is probably a lot more significant on the global stage at this point because it's part of the wider EU. You know, we've had Ireland, Spain. So I think what it might do is it might push the EU maybe to act on Israel. But in terms of the UK, I don't think it's going to be that significant a move on the global stage. But going back to Donald Trump, when he was talking about sort of the recent pictures of the kids in Gaza, and he called it real starvation, as if like they're acting on or something like that. But I looked up some of the figures, and if you go back to the World Food Programme, as far back as a couple of days in October 2023, they were already talking about a famine. So this is nothing particularly new. And even back in January 2024, they were saying that 80% of the global famine victims were in Gaza. So this is nothing new, to be honest. So I kind of think, why are they suddenly changing their mind now? So I think Trump is obviously, is the one who has moved, and Starmer is the one on the stage, and in terms of the PR, is the one that is making this kind of statement. So I would kind of hope that this is just setting the ground for Trump then to make a statement and to do more.
And as you said, Lebanon, also setting the ground for other countries in the EU to also follow suit and potentially also put trade sanctions on Israel and cut down, just for France, 1.78 billion on exports to Israel. Germany 5.81. The UK is 2.81, but the USA is 14 billion on exports to Israel. So if more EU countries follow suit, it might almost make up the entire amount of US exports to Israel.
I think 100% yes. Israel needs to be held accountable through, proper sanctions. Some action needs to be taken. We keep hearing condemnation after condemnation. What does it even mean? Even France, Germany, and the UK in the peace plan. Okay, what is it going to mean to, have to recognize a Palestinian state? What's actually going to happen?
Lubna, Shane, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. At least 17 people are dead and more than 80 are wounded after a Russian airstrike on a Ukrainian prison. 4 aerial bombs hit Bilinchivka, the correctional colony, in a region with 42 inmates needing medical care for serious injuries. The attack took place just hours after President Trump's ultimatum to President Putin to end the war. Here's a reminder of not just what he said, but also the Kremlin's response. Have a listen.
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made.
We have taken note of President Trump's statement on shorter deadline for ceasefire in Ukraine. The special military operation continues, and we remain committed to the peace process to settle the conflict in Ukraine and ensure our interests during this settlement.
Lubna, what do you make of this latest strike? Putin showing Trump that his new deadline won't really impact Russia that much once again?
Yeah, I think the Kremlin's statement that it took note of Trump's, deadline, obviously they're not fazed by it. I think it's an act of defiance by Russia. Also, there have been a lot of drone attacks by the Ukrainians on civilian areas as well, on the outskirts of Moscow, inside Russia. So we also had the ex-president of Russia, Medvedev, saying it's not up to Washington to say when we're going to opt for the ceasefire or not. So clearly not fazed at all.
Shane, Ukraine, what has their reaction been to this?
So Ukrainian officials have called this a gross violation of international humanitarian law, and they've also said that they consider it a war crime, which, to be honest, in the middle of warfare, everything's a war crime, really, as far as I can see. So I think it's not really surprising, to be honest, the reaction from the Ukraine.
Let's talk about this. We spoke to Kira Rudik earlier on, Ukrainian MP. The 50 days has now been reduced down, 10 to 12 days. What Kira had said was that the aim of the game in that period of time, the 50 days that was originally set, may be to, in fact, kill as many Ukrainians as possible, create as much carnage as possible, and to disrupt the status quo, i.e. hitting things that are civilian targets, such as penitentiaries, maybe potentially hospitals as well. Surely that's just going to bring Ukraine to its knees if that's the level that Russia are going to go to, Lubna.
Look, I think it's an interesting take, of course, but coming from a Ukrainian, I'm not surprised. I think if Russia wanted to conduct maximum damage, I think it would have done so. I don't think it would have done so on a prison, right? I think it could have made much more damage. But I think the more interesting angle to the story is replacing Zelensky. There have already been talks between Moscow and Washington, according to Russian intelligence sources, of course. But they already are talking about the current ambassador to London replacing him. So they're already actually speaking about, certain individuals. So the talks are underway, I think.
Well, let's talk about that, because President Zelensky went in, and let's take it back to May 2022, a 90% trust rate with the Ukrainian public. That figure, and the recent figure that we have, is from March of this year, 57%. Given in the last couple of weeks that he's also had the anti-corruption laws that he passed with some consternation from his own cabinet as well, it's likely that figure may have dropped even more among the Ukrainian public. So, Shane, could there be a weaning in support for Zelensky?
To be honest, I wouldn't like to see a change in Kiev, purely because it would just destabilise and we'd have to go back to the start again. And how many talks are we at this stage? I've forgotten count and probably lost fingers of the number that there is. So I don't think that the Ukrainian public would probably like to see a change either, because when you're in the middle of warfare, you don't want to change the leader. So I think it's probably just Russian propaganda pushing the agenda.
I don't know. I think it gives them a clean slate, right? And
fresh head, new person in there.
Absolutely. And also, I have to disagree with you, Shane, because when we're seeing men dragged off the streets to join Zelensky's war, I think the Ukrainian people would like to see a change.
There for sure is a population of Ukrainians, and a huge population, who are out there supporting the cause. That we know that they exist there. But there is the argument that if he loses support of his own party, there may be no choice but to have somebody replace Zelensky as the head. And do you think it necessarily would set them back to the start, Shane? Or, like Lubna said, could you have somebody come in who thinks about this with a fresh perspective and maybe potentially fresh ideas?
Yeah, you don't know either way, but I think, do you really want to take that risk in the middle of a war which is not going particularly well? And I kind of think, this new deadline, clearly Russia isn't going to take it seriously, because they've just said they've taken note of it. And if this deadline passes and moves on, Trump's going to look inferior to Putin. So I kind of think it's not going particularly well for Ukraine, so now's not the time to go change.
They've effectively replied to the email just with the word noted on there, and that's kind of been the response.
Yeah, exactly.
Lubna, can Ukraine still rely on Western backing? Because at a time like this, there's the question about the long-term backing from the West. Could we maybe see some of that support fray, because this war has now waged on and on?
I think we already have seen that, correct? And I also think, I'd like to add to Shane's point that I do actually think that replacing Zelensky would allow Trump to walk away with some dignity from this, right? Because the U.S. is not winning in Ukraine. And I think, even when you walk in the streets of Europe right now, you don't see the Ukrainian flag so much. The European refugees also have been creating a lot of issues in Europe. I think just generally the cause of Ukraine, what is the Ukrainian cause right now? The civilians are the ones who are suffering. Zelensky's buying real estate all around the world. So I definitely think that the Ukrainian cause is just not as strong.
Well, I think, and Ukraine would say that they're defending themselves, and they're right to defend themselves, which of course that they have. But we may be in danger of normalising these atrocities in war because of the fact that there are now so many, and there are so many that are getting far more prominence in the media. So I still think that on a day-to-day basis, these atrocities are taking place, but maybe we're not seeing them in the media as much.
Well, I did have a look into that, and there is a case to be made that when you see all of these atrocities every day, it's called sort of coverage fatigue. But there was a report done by Ipsos, which is a credible sort of survey agency, in April, and they did across 29 countries, and 64% of people are still interested in the Ukraine war and what's happening with it. It doesn't say which side they're on, but it shows that they're interested in it. And I kind of think, even in America and across Western Europe, people are still interested, but they just want it to be resolved. And I think that's another reason why you should keep the same leaders in place rather than switch over at this point.
Let's give you a listen to this. Earlier I spoke to Ukrainian MP Kira Rudik, who I mentioned earlier on, about her reaction to Donald Trump's latest ultimatum to Russia. Here's what she had to say.
We hope that the President of the United States remains firm and that he will be able to deliver on his promise of the sanctions, of the pressure onto Russia. Because in May, European leaders have gathered in Kiev and has made very strong statement that if there is no ceasefire, that the very strong sanctions will follow. And after that, there has been at least 3 or 4 months before the sanctions have taken place. And of course, Russia was taking it as appeasement. So right now, President Trump needs to deliver on his promise, and we hope that he will be firm.
Lubna, thoughts on that? Does Putin really care if Trump imposes sanctions or anything for that matter?
I think, as the former Russian President Medvedev said, to focus on domestic issues. I think they have a lot of domestic issues in the U.S. There's also the Palestinian issue right now that's, taking over news headlines. So I think Ukraine has been really left behind, right? And also support from the Trump administration has been on again, off again for Ukraine. He's not happy with Zelensky. I don't think he's going to keep his promise. Sorry to the Ukrainian MP, but I also don't think Ukraine has anything in its court right now. The ball's not in its court.
Now, one of the most powerful earthquakes ever recorded struck Russia's Far East earlier today, sending tsunami waves across the Pacific. Nearly 2 million people were urged to evacuate coastal parts of Japan, while people in Hawaii were told to get to high ground. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes and Michael Jabri Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai. Great to have you both on the show with me. So, Jono, let's start with you. This is one of the strongest earthquakes in modern history. Tell us more.
So huge, 8.8, which when we look back at some of the ones that we've had historically, we had a 9.0 in 2011, and it's been 14 years since we've had something of this magnitude. So indeed, as you correctly said, one of the strongest in history. 2004 as well, the Indian quake that happened, that's at 9.1 to 9.3, and we've heard through the day today, this initially was an 8.5 that got upgraded to an 8.7 and finally an 8.8, but every time it goes up by 0.1 on the Richter scale, that in fact makes it 10 times more powerful than it would have been previously. So a full number is 10 times more powerful of a quake. So this is indeed a quake that was expected to cause carnage. And I certainly took a step back this morning and thought this could be huge when it first hit the headlines. And then to see the follow-up announcements that were made for Japan, for Hawaii, for these evacuations to take place across all the west coast, the east coast of the United States as well. I thought that this was going to be catastrophic. So I will say that I think there was a sigh of relief when we hit 10 a.m. in Hawaiian time this morning, and we discovered that although the waves had hit, everyone had got to higher ground, and I think everyone breathed a sigh of relief that we didn't see the catastrophe that we've seen from previous tsunamis, because this could have been a very, very different situation. And certainly the death toll currently, thankfully, no confirmed deaths. That's taken into account. There may be aftershocks that could cause some fatalities, but the worst seems to have passed for now at least. It's refreshing that this has not been what it could have been.
Yeah, because as you say, a monster quake. When, we woke up, first heard about the news, as you say, 8.8 on the Richter scale. That's something really big. And obviously we saw pictures especially come out of the Kamchatka area in Russia. But as you say, luckily no devastation. Michael, really the affected areas, they seem to be evacuated very quickly, and the tsunami warnings the sirens were rang.
So one of the nice things about a tsunami, if there are any nice things, is that you can time the waves. So as long as that first one isn't too bad, you're going to have hours notice that you need to get out. What's really interesting about this is that it proves just how interconnected the world is. And I don't mean it from just a green point of view. But you have people sharing information across social media and news outlets as well. But you're talking about something off the east coast of Russia, and then that's affecting people in South America, which is affecting then people in Japan and China, and then the west coast of the States, Hawaii. And to Jono's point, getting up in the morning and seeing 8.8, right? That is considered the 6th most powerful earthquake that's been recorded. But if you go back to 2004, December 26, the Indian Ocean one, that was 9.2, and that was the 2nd or 3rd most powerful. Now that one killed more than 250,000 people across 14 countries. And you recognize just how lucky I think the global community was dodging this one today.
Yeah, absolutely. But we must remember that the 2004 one was obviously a bigger earthquake. It was still quite shallow, similar to this one, but absolute devastation, as you did say, across Indonesia, across Thailand. It was something that we didn't foresee. And I did speak to somebody earlier, a professor, about this and said, has technology really helped us now when it comes to these warnings that are in place and when it comes to earthquake and how we're seeing the tectonic plates shifting? Do we just have more information? And he basically said, yes, in many respects, we now know what to expect because things have become so much more advanced.
And I think when Sumatra happened and the 2004 quake happened, we hadn't heard about tsunamis in such a long time. We were desensitized, but on a local effort as well. Any area that was affected by that, which is many of the islands in Thailand and many of the islands that surround the south coast of Thailand, have all got tsunami zones now, tsunami escape routes, which were not there in 2004. So the devastation that was caused was obviously far more significant. And even with Fukushima in 2011, when that happened, remember that was an earthquake that subsequently caused a tsunami, that subsequently caused a nuclear disaster. Yes. And there were so many different facets of that meant that it was a huge disaster. So I do think the entire world this morning will have woken up and kind of had a panic attack. But the immediate message, and certainly from Hawaii's Governor, Josh Green, is get to safety and we should be okay and we can ride it out. And as we can see from the videos now, the waves are 10 to 11 feet compared to, and I think you mentioned this, Michael, as well earlier on when we spoke about this, the earthquake of 2011 when we had far greater.
So in 2004, for sure, I know that the waves were up to 100 feet, 30 meters. And this one, it was almost like kiddie pool stuff compared to that.
So we were lucky. I think for this one, lucky.
Absolutely. And earlier, I spoke to Professor James Jackson from the Department of Earth Scientists at the University of Cambridge Bullard Laboratories. I asked him why such a monster earthquake didn't cause more damage and what people can actually do to stay safe if there is another one. Here's what he had to say.
Well, it was smaller. It was still a very big earthquake. But where it happened on Kamchatka is not very populated, and most of the buildings you see in the photographs are fairly lightly constructed. They're not sort of high-rise skyscrapers or anything. And if they're lightly constructed buildings, they should stay up. These days, engineers and architects know how to build buildings which will stay up if they're fairly lightly built. But the big danger from these things is when they hit places where the building quality is very, very bad. If you live nearby, the only thing you can do is to make sure your buildings are okay. So reinforce them or build good buildings in the first place. And as far as the tsunami is concerned, it's education which matters. Everybody in Japan, for example, knows that immediately you feel a big earthquake on the shoreline, you move inland and uphill. And that's the message which every school child knows in places like Japan, New Zealand, California, Chile. That's taught in schools. And you always have time. Even if you're really nearby, like in Japan or Kamchatka, you have about 20 minutes from when the earthquake happens before the tsunami will hit you. If you're further away, like in Hawaii, you had 8 hours warning. So there's plenty of time to get out of the way of the tsunami in those places.
So there we go, talking about education, talking about time, all those things that contribute to the safety that we've seen when it came to this earthquake. But we also saw a quick picture there, and I think we'll bring the video back up again. Remarkable scenes of an operating table with a cancer patient in Russia, and they just carried on.
Amazing to see this, because I didn't know, were they trained for this or not? Nothing can prepare you for a situation like this, I'm sure. While they're doing the surgery, they pause for a second. They continue to hold on to the patient. All the equipment remains stable because obviously the brakes have been put on. And they seem so calm and collected about the whole thing. And I think I would be doing nothing but panicking in that exact moment. So really commendable to the healthcare workers for just holding their own during that really crucial moment.
So it looks incredibly dramatic because it's caught on camera. And it is. But living in Japan for many years, you get used to earthquakes. And the buildings, the way that they're designed, you just accept it and you go on about your business. My mother-in-law was visiting when our children were born, and she was caught in an earthquake in the building. And nothing happened, but it freaked her out because, of course, she wasn't used to it. Once you've been there for a while, so these are professionals. And although they probably don't train for it, they would have grown up with some of these. And I think they would have had the experience of just hang in there for 10, 15 seconds, it'll pass, and then we can continue on.
Yeah, because as the professor also said, it's all about education. And in Japan and in places like that where they are on tectonic plates, they taught these things in school. But aftershocks, a lot of people are worried about that too, John.
Well, because there's been there's been 7 on the Richter scale for the last couple of weeks in that area in Russia. Now you have to ask the question that, yes, we've seen an 8.8. That may be the big quake. There may be another one. And there may be, of course, there will be aftershocks that could go on for days or weeks after this as well. And they can also cause tsunamis, depending on how deep down they are. So it's a case of wait and see, because once the tectonic plates have started to shift, depending if they're convex or concave, will depend on how much friction is going on, and therefore at what level we're likely to see more tectonic activity. And you really can't tell that until it actually happens, in which case there has been an increase in seismic activity. If that continues, yes, there could be more follow-up quakes, but we hope, and I think for sure everyone in the region hopes, that the worst has passed on this one.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today with me, Micheál Prendergast, and these are our best interviews of the week. Enjoy. President Trump has just visited Scotland. He's raised a lot of questions about the UK-US special relationship. What does his visit mean for the future cooperation of the two states?
Well, I think what you've got to always remember is whoever is the occupant of the Oval Office or number 10 Downing Street, the institutional relationship between our two nations runs incredibly deep on security, on intelligence, on economic cooperation. The United Kingdom has been steadfast in its standing side by side with the United States. I do think that Keir Starmer has been able to develop a very strong working relationship with President Trump, albeit, as President Trump himself mentioned, they come from very different political traditions, political points of view. But I think Keir has done a pretty good job in being able to, one, deliver a trade deal that is far more advantageous to the UK than the European-US trade deal. And that's gone down well here in the United Kingdom.
And are you surprised by the level, well, I won't call it a bromance between them, but I suppose the level of friendship that Trump and Keir Starmer have shown?
I think the one thing that people recognize in President Trump is his human side. And sometimes he can, be, I guess, very straightforward, if I can describe it as that, blunt, slightly shocking to the sort of English mentality or the British mentality. But I think actually that human side of him has made that relationship incredibly warm. You heard him speak about Keir Starmer's wife and the respect he has for her, and now that he's met her, how much more he thinks of Prime Minister Starmer. I thought they were really sort of lovely very, very human emotions. And I think it puts Starmer in a good place vis-a-vis, those, if you recall the relationship between Margaret and Ronald Reagan, the ability to sort of speak together off the record in an incredibly close way, really just cements the relationship even further. But as I say, it's always worth remembering, your audience remembering, that the United Kingdom institutions, whether it's our military, our intelligence institutions, are very much in lockstep with the United States institutions themselves.
And Trump has said again and again and again, his favourite word is tariff. Can you give me a brief explanation for our viewers at home at what a tariff is and who actually pays for it?
Look, as an ex-Chancellor of the Exchequer, I have to say I was initially, worried and sceptical about the tariff policy, as it was referred to in the US, that President Trump decided to really go after in his second term, where he very much felt that by raising tariffs on pretty much the rest of the world, he wanted to I guess, recalibrate or bring back an equilibrium that would essentially favor the United States, or at least get some payback for the United States that he felt had gone on for far too long the other way around, i.e. the US essentially enriching the rest of the world through its buying power, through its consumer, the American consumer. I was skeptical because ultimately tariff policy leads to inflation in an economy, so within America. That hasn't happened. And the other reason I was skeptical is I thought actually it would be very difficult to persuade some of the bigger blocs in the world, the bigger economies, to negotiate an advantageous deal with the US. But he's proved me wrong. You look at what he's just delivered with Europe, it's incredibly advantageous to the United States of America, both in terms of tariff policy, where the Europeans are going to have to pay 15%, we're paying 10% in the UK, but also in terms of investment in the United States, vis-a-vis buying US energy in the case of Europe. And so I think what Scott Bessent has done with, of course, the president's very much empowering him to do so, making him, making it a serious bit of policy, is looking pretty positive for President Trump. And I think, it feels like he's on a bit of a roll at the moment, where not only has he been able to, impact what could have been a pretty dangerous war between India and Pakistan, or some of the other peacemaking initiatives that he's embarked upon, but on the economy, it feels like a high-risk strategy that's beginning to pay off for him, and that's what strong, brave leadership looks like.
And as you just stated, the UK have got a 10% tariff. The EU has got 15%. I don't think Labour are ever going to admit this, but is this a Brexit benefit?
It certainly is. And I can tell you, as a Brexiteer, or someone who campaigned for us to be able to make more of our own decisions in the United Kingdom, I think it really is a Brexit benefit, and British business, investment in the UK from European businesses that will want to take advantage of the lower tariff with America to export into America will pay off. And I think it would be mature of Keir Starmer and his government to at least admit that this is a good policy delivered because of Brexit.
And just touching on crime, my own brother has had his phone stolen twice in London over the past, say, 3 months. This is a common occurrence in the UK now. Having, as well, I have to be fair, the Tories were in power for 14 years. Why does it seem that European countries, as well as in America, they seem to have lost control over crime and punishment?
I agree with you. I think if the equation in the mind of a criminal is that they can get away with their misdemeanor, their crime, without consequence, without punishment, then you're going to see much greater crime. I remember visiting New York when Giuliani was mayor of that great city, and the no broken glass theory, where you know, if you come down hard on petty crime, whether it be graffiti or phone theft, then you avoid some of the more serious crimes as well. And I think that you know, our cities, London in particular, has been suffering from a lack of focus, in my view, of both the Police and Crime Commissioner, who happens to be the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, but also the focus of the police force on investigating and actually punishing criminals for those petty crimes. I think I saw a report that, you know, the UK accounts for something like 1 in 6 or 1 in 5 phones that are being sold in Asia. And sadly, your brother is one of those victims. So it is a problem. I think it will play, you know, quite a significant part in both local elections coming up next year and national elections in 3 years' time. And this government needs to do something about it. And as I say, look, you know, it is up to the Mayor of London, the Police and Crime Commissioners up and down the country to focus and prioritise crime versus, you know, other work that the police does. And I think people will vote accordingly. It really is a problem. And you know, when I talk to people wealth creators who've moved to the UAE, it's not just the advantageous tax system. It is the sense of community, the sense of feeling safe that, you know, you won't have your wallet stolen, your expensive watch or your mobile phone stolen without consequence.
Could we see Nigel Farage as Prime Minister?
Well, look, if you believe the polls today, and I founded YouGov, the research business that delivers, you know, many of these numbers, on the polls today, of course he can be Prime Minister and would be Prime Minister if there was an election held tomorrow. 3 years from now, the world could look very different. And, you know, I think a Prime Minister once famously remarked that a week is a long time in politics. But I think it's incumbent on both the government to begin to offer solutions, rethink on the economy, on actually looking at what's working in other capitalist systems. Look at America, look at the achievements of Donald Trump, a deterrent on the border. Again, look at the achievement of Donald Trump on reducing illegal migration from Mexico. Will make a difference to the future outcome of a general election. But I think for my party, Kemi Badenoch is doing the right thing to think through the knotty, difficult problems and articulate solutions based on evidence is the best way forward for her.
We start today with a focus on the Middle East. Will a two-state solution ever be reached? Ministers from all over the world are convening at the United Nations to work towards this goal. The meeting was originally scheduled for June, but was postponed after Israel's attack on Iran. Now, the effort to revive talks for a two-state solution between Israel and the Palestinians is underway once again, with Saudi Arabia and France leading the diplomatic push. However, doubts still remain, especially with both the United States and Israel boycotting the event. For more on this, I'm joined by French Senator Nathalie Goulet. Nathalie, thank you so much for joining us here on Global News today. First of all, let's start with sort of some practical, real-world outcomes. Ideally, what do you think can be achieved at this two-day meeting?
You know that the President Macron plan with Her Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman to recognize Palestine on June 18. Unfortunately, the war between the United States, Israel and Iran happened, and then we had to postpone this recognition. So I think it's a first step, and probably not the only one. I think that President Macron wants to bring with him other European countries.
Israel has all but written off a two-state solution. So how hard is it going to be to get it back on the table?
Well, it will be very difficult, unless, but you know, recognition is a unilateral decision from a country. Israel has nothing to do with that. I mean, unless the Prime Minister bomb again Tehran or Washington, if he doesn't agree. But if nothing happened in the meantime, recognition is unilateral decision from a state, and I think that nobody will interfere. We have discussion in the French society, and the politicians are divided into two blocks, against and in favor, but the parliament has even nothing to say. I mean, it's a decision from the president.
So if we use France as an example, that there are two blocks, some for, some against, why do you think the French president decided that this was the right time for recognition? I'm
tempted to tell you, ask him. But as I'm with you, you know that it was one of the preconization of the report that we had 3 months ago on the dangerosity of the Muslim Brotherhood. And the expert on this subject thought that it would be a good idea to recognize Palestine, to reduce the influence of the Muslim Brotherhood in the country. So that may be one thing. The other thing is probably the situation in Gaza, which is absolutely unbearable. So I think that are the main reason. And
so even if perhaps nothing tangible, nothing on the ground changes after this two-day meeting at ministerial level in New York, what kind of signal do you think it sends to the US, to Israel, and to the people in the contested territories?
Well, I think that the most important is the people in the territories. They will see that France are supporting the constitution and the solution and the two-state solution. What will bring a big difference is the ceasefire, bring the hostage back, and then kick the Hamas out of Gaza, and having election too. For US and for Israel, it will probably be very difficult. As you say, the President Trump say that what President Macron is saying doesn't worth anything, has no value. And I think that the Israeli Prime Minister will qualify the French President as anti-Semite. And that's it. Let's say what will happen during the next months till the United Nations meeting, and I hope that that will bring some hope in the territories and for the people who are now in such a very, very unbearable situation and so difficult.
Indeed, it is going to be an interesting time for international diplomacy. French Senator Nathalie Goulet, thank you so much for joining us here on GNT.
I'd like to start off with a very simple question. Why isn't aid reaching Gaza?
Well, aid is actually getting through into Gaza. Since Sunday and the announcement of this tactical ceasefire, the World Food Programme has been able to move supplies, but it's approximately half of the requested aid and assistance into Gaza. The trucks that left the border crossing points and went into Gaza were offloaded by desperate communities before reaching the destination, and there is an ongoing casualty incidents because of the live fire directed at the crowds awaiting these trucks. So aid is reaching Gaza, but it is chaotic. It is it's not in a way that we would like because of the difficult challenges that we're facing on the ground. There has been slight improvement in the number of trucks entering Gaza recently, but still it is a fraction of what's needed. And as long as we continue not to meet the food needs of all people in Gaza, we will continue to face huge problems in organizing distributions, in convincing people that they need to be patient until the food gets to them, and reassuring everyone that they will have, and especially hungry people, that they will have their hands on food supplies. Well, I think that in the last couple of days, there's slight improvement, but we just need more so that we're able to push supplies into Gaza. We've got, as I mentioned, the challenges that we have is that with the limited access, we only have 2 crossing points that are operation at the moment, and the roads, the usable roads that we can, put our convoys on are restricted. There are the bureaucratic impediments, clearance, approvals, the security concerns, which is basically the presence of the IDF near the humanitarian convoys and distribution points, along with, with the active shooting that happens. That all jeopardizes the safety of civilians as well as of aid workers. And finally, I think one of the other huge risks is the desperation, the intense fear of starvation, the hunger. All of this mean that trucks are frequently offloaded by the hungry crowds before reaching WFP distribution points. What we want to do is to get to these warehouses and organize distribution points where every child, woman, and man have the ability to get aid and to get food assistance with dignity and in an organized manner that does not put people's lives at risk.
And is Israel using starvation as a weapon of war?
It's a question for human rights and for lawyers. For us as humanitarians, what we know is that we're very close to a declaration of famine. It's extremely difficult. Children are suffering. There is no one in Gaza at the moment who's immune from basically hunger and starvation.
It seems plainly evident that this is a man-made crisis. Israel are controlling the border. Is there any justifiable reason why Israel are allowing this to happen?
Well, it's a question that's difficult to answer. The conclusion that we have is that we are, that close to a catastrophic food security situation in Gaza. We've already yesterday launched this report about the deepening hunger crisis in Gaza, which shows that 2 of the criteria for the declaration of famine has been actually met or has happened inside Gaza. Unfortunately, when you declare a famine, it means that people have died and children have died. And this is why, with the numbers, we declare that there is a state of famine in this certain location. We're already very, very close to this declaration. So it is incredibly difficult. And, unless we have a major shift on the ground in terms of the delivery of aid, we're going to continue to see, more desperation and more hunger in Gaza.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today with me, Micheál Prendergast, and these are our best interviews of the week. Enjoy. I'd like to kick off this interview and ask, how did you find out, and what was that moment like when you found out who your birth father was?
Yes, it was 1989, and my adopted father, who was an MI6 secret agent operating in Colombia, we also had an office in Madrid, and I was living on the Costa del Sol in southern coast of Spain, designing golf courses with Peter Alice for an urbanization down there. And I was like, let me think, how old was I? 24 years old. Getting on with life. I knew I'd had an interesting childhood. Obviously, you remember things, and I'd had an extremely volatile, violent childhood in living in Colombia. But, you know, we didn't have the internet. I'd got on with my life, and I was living down there, and my adopted father rang me up and said, I need you to come out to Madrid. I've got some stuff to talk to you about. So I went up there. We had a nice long chat, and we went to see Full Metal Jacket, the movie. And he started to talk to me about stuff, and he basically broke it in easily, like something like, do you remember the guy we used to go and see him at Ian? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. And he slowly but surely started to reveal stuff. And then he said, well, of course, that guy was your father. And I'm a grown-up, so I understood adoption and who my father was, but we didn't have the internet. You can't just Google, Pablo Escobar Gaviria, and just suddenly know everything. We didn't know anything back then. We just relied on the newspapers and stuff like that and what we heard on the news. So I didn't really know I knew what a drug dealer was, but I didn't have this. I mean, if you mention Pablo Escobar to someone today, they'll know instantly who you're talking about. But back then, we didn't really know anything. So it wasn't a dramatic shock. It was a shock to me that the guy that we used to meet, who used to put his hand on my shoulder and say, mi hijo, my son, and that turns out that he was my father. This started a conversation which went on right until my adopted father's death in '93, which is the same year as my real father died. And he was taking me through my life, basically. Does that help you a bit?
What are your first memories of being in Colombia?
My very, very first memories are just fleeting glimpses of a milk bottle on a windowsill and some lime green paint peeling off a wall. That's some very early memories. And later on, my adopted father explained those things to me, which I wrote about in the first chapter of my book in great detail, because they're very early memories that had no explanation behind them until I had these conversations with my adopted father many years later, in 1989, and we started talking about these things and what they meant. And also, I still do a few, but I used to have a lot more nightmares and woke up screaming and all this sort of stuff and couldn't sleep properly, and I had all these sort of problems as a child, and it is all to do with the violent start of my life. And so, to answer your question, the memories aren't whole memories. They're violent noises and sights that I saw. I mean, I still remember today, I don't know if you've ever seen someone be shot in front of you through the head, but it's a horrific experience. And when you see that right in front of you as a child, you kind of, you never forget that. It's the lack of animation in the human body as it falls to the floor and the blood spurting out onto the wall behind. You never forget that sort of thing. And this is, the drama and the trauma that I grew up in as a child.
And speaking of the drama, the way in which that you were adopted, your adopted father, he was working as an undercover agent for MI6.
Yes. Yes.
You were taken, it was a shootout, I believe.
Yeah.
Your birth mother...
Terrible experience. I mean, you can't imagine what a little boy must have felt. My birth mother, unfortunately, died in that shootout. She wasn't part of it, but a stray bullet caught her in the back, and my adopted father held her hand as she died. This is what he told me later, and he was in tears when he was telling me. And he promised to look after the little boy who had witnessed the death of his mother. And so he picked the boy up and took him to an orphanage, which was a church just opposite the Intercontinental Hotel in Bogota. It's still there, but it's now a museum, I think. And I was put in there as an orphan. I remember Hessian carpets for some reason. It's a weird memory that I have about the orphanage. And a few months later, unbeknownst to me, until many years later, they decided to adopt me and take me into the family. And we lived for several months in the Intercontinental Hotel in a room which is a sort of an apartment, hotel apartments, where a lot of military people and prominent people used to live at that time because of the violence. So it was our home, really, the Intercontinental. It's still there. It used to be called the Hotel Tequendama. One interesting fact, actually, many years later, my half-brother, we don't get on, so that's fine. But when he was taking the last phone call from our father, Pablo Escobar Gaviria, he was in the Intercontinental Hotel in that same room many, many, many years later. So that room was obviously used to house, look after people that are involved in that whole affair.
And how did it come about that an MI6 officer adopts the son of Pablo Escobar? Is this a usual event? It seems a bit of an unlikely story, how an MI6 officer, he adopts the son of Pablo Escobar. It's rather extraordinary.
Well, truth obviously is quite often stranger than fiction, but truth is also, much more interesting. We don't have the time to answer that question in great detail, but effectively, Pablo Escobar wasn't a big drug lord or anything. He was a hoodlum in a gang, but later, when they needed to convey, being the people that ran this operation that I talk about in my book, Operation Durazno, which was a secret operation to try and discover and control the cash flow. It's trying to imagine that the narcotic drug itself wasn't the problem. The problem was what to do with all the cash and how to deal with the cash. Normally, cash returns back to the country of issue through banking systems, and there was hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars every week disappearing out of the American banking system into nowhere, and nobody knew where it was going. So they set up this operation to try and deal with that. And so to control the business in some way, shape, or form, I don't have all the answers, obviously. They gave the main routes through Panama to this hoodlum who became later, thanks to them, this big, powerful, mass murdering drug lord who people seem to revere today for some reason. But the control of that business, or most of it, to know where the money's going, you have to be sort of involved in it in some way, shape or form. And that's what this MI6 operation was doing. And so that's why they set up the armored car business and all the rest of it. And when they found out later that one of the children, or one of the boys, young men that had escaped from that shootout, was this guy, and he had a kid, and they had his kid adopted in this English family, it all sort of worked out very nicely. And when they were taking me, they used to take me to Medellin and sort of, put me there at his table and that sort of thing. And sort of, it was almost taunting him. And he did try to get me back, but that failed many times.
And in your book, Son of Escobar, Firstborn, you said that knowing that your birth father was a mass murderer, it had a large impact on your mental health. How did you handle that?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not proud of it, but millions of us do it. I had a bad year. 1993, my wife died of cancer. She had a brain tumor. My adopted father, who I revered and loved dearly and respected, died of motor neuron disease. And then at the end of the year, the guy that was my father, real father, he shot himself in the head before they could get him. So he couldn't be extradited to America. And so it was like a weird thing, but it was a kind of closure. But my brain kind of collapsed mentally. And I started drinking a lot. And I became a real heavy drinker. I'm not proud of it. And I had mental health depression problems, manic depression. And I ended up on the ward at St. Peter's Hospital in Surrey, a mental health unit there. And they helped me a lot. They put me on the drugs that stabilized me. And then this is years and years ago. And eventually I gave up drinking, and I, stopped smoking and just started behaving myself, and started playing rugby like I used to when I was younger, and started getting fit again. But that took 3, 4, 5 years. But I had some terrible, terrible, terrible problems. And I got through them. It's a miracle. I got through them, but I'm here to tell the story.
It's great to hear that you're in good health now. I heard you say you revered your adoptive father. What about your actual father? Did you love him?
No, to be honest, I met him, I feared him, I was scared of him. I didn't know really who he was. They said he was, it was a very surreal experience for a child. It wasn't until later that I began to realize who he was and how he dealt with people who wouldn't do business with him, and he'd have their families dragged out onto the street and murdered. This is not a nice guy. Recently, as you may notice, I've done some portraits of him for an art dealer in Jersey called Superlux. And what I'm trying to do is portray the person that he really was. He wasn't a nice guy. In this portrait, I'm portraying him as he's tried to become a politician, and he built some 750 houses in the outskirts of Medellin to buy the votes to get into as mayor of Medellin, which succeeded. But, if you didn't do as he asked, this was not the guy that took no. It was plomo plata. You take my money or I'll kill you. And so I can't revere a guy like that. Everything I do today, my paintings are utopic. When I talk to people like you, I try to make sure that people understand that I in no way can possibly glorify what he did and how he behaved. He was responsible for the mass murder of many, many people. I can't condone that in any way, shape or form. Not proud of it.
He tried to buy you back in a sense as well. There was many kidnap events. Run us through those.
Well, not all of them, but I can, one night I was in my bedroom in Bogota in our house in the 14, and the maid came up to the room. My parents were obviously out, and she came up to the room and she was shaking. I was reading a Tintin book at the time. I do remember that. Tintin in the Congo, if I remember correctly. And it was, really imprinted on my mind. And there was a man standing behind her with the bandages around his head, like a sort of bandages you get when you have a sprain from the hospital. And they were wrapped around his head, and there was blood coming out of the bandages, which I had nightmares about for many, many years. And she was crying, and she said, "We need to go with this man." And as they turned, he had a gun in her back. And I ran to her arms, and I was obviously distraught. I must have been about 6, 7 years old, I guess, something like that. And we went down the stairs, down to the hallway. And as we got into the hallway, I just heard this incredibly loud noise and smoke everywhere in the hall. And this was the sound of a Magnum 38 going on. And this person just dropped to the floor. It was just, you can't begin to experience it. You can't imagine what that's like. My ears are like, and the maid ran off into her room screaming. And I looked down, and there was this guy with the bandages on the floor, and there was blood everywhere. And, sorry about that, not the thing. And there was blood everywhere. And my bodyguard, Barandiga, had come in and shot this guy through the head. Quite extraordinary. When I look back now, I think I don't know how I managed to stay half sane after experiencing that. And there are lots of there are several attempts like that. Eventually, my biological father had my bodyguard who killed quite a lot of the people that came for me. Eventually, he had him killed. I went to his funeral. My bodyguard was like a friendly uncle to me. We were friends. He was by my side all my life as a child, and then he got killed, which was a shame. And when he got killed, my adopted parents decided that I would be sent to boarding school in England because it was just too dangerous. And that's when I started my boarding school life at St Hugh's in Oxford.
And speaking of psychopaths who were a huge part of your childhood, you probably seen a different side to them at times when there wasn't violence. It must have been quite a dichotomy of, you know, you've got your father who at times is a loving father and yet he's a mass murderer. It's very hard to process, I imagine.
Well, almost impossible. I mean, and now I'm a grown up with my whole life behind me. I'm 60 years old. I understand a lot more. But, you know, when you're going through life, you're trying to work it out. It's almost impossible to understand what's... Yeah, I mean, you know, Gustavo Gaviria, who was the other kid who escaped from that house, him and Pablo, you know, they set up this regime, which we now call the Medellin cartel, but it's a loose affiliation of killers and drug dealers. You know, I used to meet with Gustavo. I've got a picture of me sat on his knee, and he was the nicest guy you'll ever meet, but he was a mass murderer. You know, if you didn't pay your bills, you know, he'd have you taken out the back, your throat would be slit and the tongue would be pulled out and you'd drown in your own blood. You know, these were not nice people. They were absolute psychopaths, but they could be really, you know, it's really weird. I almost find it difficult to find the words to describe it. Horrific. Certainly not an experience that anyone really wants to be part of, to be honest.
And what happened on the day that Pablo Escobar was killed? How old were you?
Oh, well, I mean, this was 1993. You could work it out. I was born in 1965. I was in Walton-on-Thames, looking after my wife, my first wife. She'd had an operation to remove a brain tumor. They hadn't been able to remove it all, and I was nursing her in a house that we rented in Walton-on-Thames in Surrey, quite near where my adopted father had a house. And I was watching the TV. Watching the news, and it came up on the news. You know, I was shocked, but also relieved, but shocked and relieved, shocked, relieved, you know. I'd had a hell of a year. I've got that wrong. My wife had died that year. So I had been nursing her, that's correct. And then I was on my own with the children, that's right. And they'd gone to bed and I was watching TV. Such a long time ago, I forget all the sequence of events. But yeah, so yeah, she died in July and this was November the 2nd, I think. Effectively, they tracked him down using a sort of triangulation because he used his satellite phone, and they found him in a barrio house outside in Medellin. You know, idiot. He just thought they might not find him. I don't know what he was thinking at the time. But the special forces shot his bodyguard dead immediately, and they shot him in the leg. Because they didn't want to kill him, they wanted him extradited to the UK, to the US. It was part of some deal that was going on, and he wouldn't give himself up. So they shot him again. I can't remember where they shot him. I think it was in the hip or somewhere like that. But he wouldn't go down. So eventually he pulled a revolver and stuck it into his ear and shot himself because he was not going anywhere and he knew the game was up. So that was the end of him. You'll hear lots of other stories. My half-brother and I don't agree on anything, right? We don't like each other, but we agree on that. He always said that he would never go to America. If he got cornered, before they got him, he'd shoot himself, and he did. So there you go. That's the end of him. And the world's a better place without him. But the drugs business today is much, much bigger than it was then. It's properly organized. It's so endemic in society that it's pointless banning it. You know, we have to deal with it the same way we deal with alcohol. You know, it's a horrific drug. Alcohol kills millions of people every day around the world. So we can't ban it. So we just have to license it. So I don't know. This is my idea. I haven't thought it through properly, but you know, you can't ban it. It's just ridiculous. It's everywhere.
And in terms of your half-brothers, you said you don't get along. When was the last time you spoke with him?
I haven't spoken to him personally. I emailed him about 6 months before I published the book because I needed him to understand that I was going to be publishing a book. That's it.
Would you like to meet with him? Would you like to reconcile?
Not really, no. I mean, you know, I have no dealings with my Colombian family, and I don't want to because I don't know where they are in the whole issue. It's a dangerous thing. I'm quite happy here, painting, getting on with my life. And if I do interviews where people want to know about my life in Colombia, I'm happy to talk about it. But I'm not going to reveal any part of what went on back then. And what went on back then is a much bigger thing today and has caused the death of millions and millions of people. So it just can't be a good thing. And I just won't condone it. But I have to get on with my life, and I've got on with my life. I'm an artist, I try to, in some way, make some kind of amends. I mean, obviously I can't, but the sales and money from my book go to help, disadvantaged children. I don't make money from that. Support many charities, and my paintings are utopic. How I'd like to see the world.
And in terms of your sister as well, Manuela Escobar, when was the last time you had contact with her?
I have not had contact with her. She's been treated very badly by the rest of the family. She had mental health problems as well. People ask me about this. It's just not something I'm interested in. Simples, really.
And anyone else from there who may have worked with your father that you've sought out, have you ever sought to go back to Colombia and meet some of those people?
Look, it's I don't know how to put this, but you don't understand. My half-brother had to sneak into Colombia when he did some documentary thing in a car through the border somewhere, or have some special permission or something or other. It's too dangerous. Half the world revere you because your father was a drug lord, and the other half hate you because he killed some relative of theirs. You have to be very careful. And going back to Colombia has absolutely... I have no inclination to go back. What for? I can do interviews with people like you from here. I don't have to travel anywhere. Colombia is, it's a dangerous place for members of his family to go to. My uncle, Roberto, is in Medellin. I don't know if you've seen his face recently, but, he got a letter bomb sent to him and his face got all manked up. It's a dangerous situation to go back to Bogota, Colombia. It's not a sensible thing to do.
I can see you've got some incredible paintings in the background. Was
you.
this a way to, I suppose, immerse yourself in something cathartic as a way of healing?
Yes, definitely, absolutely, 100%. Millions of people, well, you included, me, and everyone on this planet will go through a period of time where they experience the death of a loved one or some tragedy, and it will cause an imbalance in chemicals in the brain, and you'll get depressed. You'll have bad days, and everyone goes through this. Some people worse than others, right? And you have to deal with these things in some way, or if you don't, you'll end up very ill. And, a lot of people end it because they can't deal with it. And I've been right there, I've thought I wanted to end it on occasions. So when I was in the, obviously I've always liked to draw and stuff, but, that doesn't make you an artist. When I was in the mental health unit, they encouraged me to work on my art as a kind of therapy. And I'd never thought about it like that at all. And so I started that, that thing. And they also said, if you can, try and learn an instrument. So I picked up the drumsticks, now I've got the drums going and I'm painting and earning a living out of my artwork, which is a great privilege. And thank you to everyone who's bought my artwork, because without that, I wouldn't be eating, I don't think. So, yeah, it is therapy. And it is, when you have to concentrate the mind on what you see, you turn it into movements in your hand and then create these paintings, you're keeping your mind very busy and you're making neural pathways in a different direction to the old memories. And slowly the memories become worn out paths and the grass grows over and you don't have to walk down that road again, which is partly why I don't like talking about my Colombian family and other stuff, because I don't want to wear that path again back into my mind. I need to concentrate on music, stuff like that. And the only reason why I'm doing these portraits, and there's only 2 of them at the moment, I might do one more maybe, is because it's important also to educate people on the bad side of someone who they might think was a hero of some description. I wanted to sort of counteract that.
We know the legacy of your biological father. What would you like your legacy to be?
That's an amazing question. Very few people ask me things like that. I'd like to be thought of as someone who tried to leave a positive imprint on the world before I die, rather than a negative one. It's very easy to lose your temper, hit someone, they die, they fall over, they die. You know, then you've contributed negatively to society. I want to contribute positively. When I've died, I want people to think, you know, he wasn't such a bad guy. He did some good stuff. He helped a lot of children along the way who were orphans like him. You know, that sort of thing. I need people to understand that love and caring for others is much more important and much more rewarding than hatred and violence, which we really do need to, you know, try and resolve if we can. And I can't tell people to do that without setting an example myself, which is really difficult because, you know, being a Colombian, I've got a bit of some hot blood in me, you know, and when someone annoys me, I have to bite my tongue. It's very difficult, yeah. So, yeah, I'd like to be remembered as someone who left the world in a slightly better place than it was when he was born. Something like that.
And speaking of legacy, there is one, I suppose, a hangover of your biological father's, his time in Colombia. He brought in hippos. This is a story that that's been covered extensively in the news again and again and again. It's an ecological a disaster, as it were. He had pet hippos. After he was killed, they're expensive to keep. They were just released.
Tigers, everything.
So all of these hippos now. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah. So all of these hippos were just released, and now there's, I believe, over 2,000. The Colombian government, they don't know what to do. There's campaigns. They want to shoot them. What's your opinion on what should be done with them?
Well, you know, this is just a classic example of the sort of legacy that I don't want. You know, he's left a terrible legacy on the world. Millions of people addicted to cocaine because of the business that he was involved in and turned into a big business. Now he's left his country with an ecological disaster, apart from all the people who are traumatized and always will be of what happened to their families and their great uncles and what have you, who've been murdered and slaughtered. He's left this terrible legacy, you know, which is something else. What can you do? You know, if you start culling the hippos, you'll get the hippo, Save the Hippo Society or whatever it is. That, you know, you've got to cull them like we do with deer in the UK when there's too many. That's the only solution. But they are huge, you know, massive, you know, massive creatures. You know, they are enormous. Then you've got to shoot them. What else are you going to do? But then if you shoot them, you know, other people hate you. But you just like, something else he's done that's negative. You know, I can't think of anything that he's done that's positive. I mean, I just can't think of anything. It's crazy.
He brought you into the world, and that's a positive thing, because you're a well-reasoned and actually a very nice gentleman. It has been a pleasure speaking to you. We're going to have to leave it there. So, Roberto Sendeo Escobar, thank you so much for your time.
Hasta luego.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today with me, Micheál Prendergast, and these are our best interviews of the week. Enjoy. And now we're going to turn to the latest on the Trump-Starmer meeting held at President Trump's Turnberry Golf Course in Scotland. So joining us now is Greg Swenson, the chair of the Republicans overseas, who was there on the ground and who has interviewed the US president several times. Thank you so much for your time, Greg. So this was a monumental meeting. It's Trump's second state visit to the UK. How happy was President Trump to return to his mother's homeland?
Yeah, I think he was thrilled. He's very fond of the United Kingdom in general, but specifically of Scotland. You know, he has two properties there. His mother is from there. So, you know, this was a really great moment for the president. And I think he really enjoyed the trip so far anyway, especially up in Turnberry.
Turnberry does have a special place in his heart. We know that golf is a huge part of his life as well. He finds it very cathartic. He doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he's famously teetotal. Is this his, I suppose, this is his outlet, isn't it, golf?
Yeah, definitely, Michal. I mean, I saw him finish out his round on Sunday. So we kind of just stood at the 18th green, and you could just tell he really enjoys it. You know, he takes it quite seriously, but I think he also uses it as a social vehicle and a diplomatic vehicle. And so, you know, he really enjoys it out there. And I think it's a time where, you know, people can get one-on-one time with the president. And so very similar to, you know, what I've noticed about you know, having a career here in America on Wall Street, where, you know, golf is a big part of finance. It's a big part of business in general here in the States. So, and not unusual for a president to embrace golf. And I think most of U.S. presidents have, but I think it's particularly important to President Trump.
And as you stated, he just opened a second golf club in Aberdeenshire. He doesn't show any signs of slowing down. How much are his sons involved in the carrying on of the Trump brand?
Oh, 100%. I mean, especially Eric Trump, who is basically running the business. I think Don Jr. is quite involved still. But Eric has done a great job running the business in his father's absence, and he'll continue to do that. So yeah, it's an important part of the economy as well, and, you know, good for the Trump organization for injecting capital, for creating jobs in Scotland. And, you know, I talked to a lot of the people working at Turnberry. They all absolutely love the family and love working for the Trump organization. It's nice to see. And
you were there on the ground. How was the reception between Team Trump and that of Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK?
Yeah, so I left before the Prime Minister arrived, but I did watch the entire press conference. I was switching planes in Dublin and did some media from the airport. And so I did watch the conference, and it was just amazing how it actually looked like President Trump was welcoming Keir Starmer to his country, you know, hosting the Prime Minister at his resort. Turnberry is pretty spectacular. And the energy there on Sunday, I was there most of the day, Sunday and Sunday night. You know, the energy there was just incredible. So it's not just President Trump. It's also, you know, his team. There were a few cabinet members at the club. Stephen Miller was there, but also some cabinet secretaries, you know, and you know, like the Secretary of Commerce was there. So, you know, it's a real energy. It's a real display of energy in Scotland. And I think everyone had a great time.
And what's your assessment of Trump's and Starmer's personal relationship?
It's really a good one. And it's a good question, Michal, because, you know, they're obviously on opposite ends of the political spectrum. So you wouldn't expect that. But I think both President Trump and the Prime Minister have done a good job, you know, kind of rising above the politics and developing a really good relationship. I think Keir Starmer's done a great job managing the relationship. The president has been nothing but diplomatic and friendly to him, and you saw to his wife during the press conference. And I think, you know, Peter Mandelson in Washington has done a good job. The UK ambassador to the US has done a great job with the relationship. So, you know, it's obviously an important ally for the U.S., both economically and in terms of defense and security. So I think, you know, both are going to rise above any political differences, and then occasionally politely mention some things they disagree on. And you saw the president do that regarding the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. He talked about the tax on farmers right now, the inheritance tax on farmers, which I think the president, you know, strongly disagrees with. And he and J.D. Vance, the vice president, have brought up, you know, some of the freedom of speech and censorship issues over the last 6 months. So, you know, they're able to overcome some differences of opinion and just keep the relationship going, and not only the personal relationship, but I think the relationship between the two countries.
And someone he has a bit of a frostier relationship with. He was also visited by the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, where, of course, it was Trump's favourite word. I'm sure it was on the agenda, and that's tariffs. What was the feeling on the ground as she arrived and as they went into that meeting? Yeah, again, just, you know, total optimism. I think, you know, I know
I met with a few people that were in the meeting and as well as in the press conference, and there was a real energy, some real optimism. Remember, they didn't announce the trade deal until after the meeting and after the press conference. They said it was 50-50. I didn't really believe that because I don't think they would have teased the audience with that if they didn't have every intention of announcing it. So, good for the president. It was a great deal for the United States. I think it shows that the president is dead serious about our European allies, especially our NATO allies, sharing some of the burden, and you saw some really good outcomes from that meeting. And again, just like with the Prime Minister of the UK, I think the president has some real ideological and political differences with Ursula von der Leyen, and was able to overcome them to get a deal done. And the president's not a big fan of the EU. He's not a big fan of multilateral organizations in general, and he prefers bilateral trade agreements. But I do think he executed a great deal with the U.S., the largest trading partner of the United States. So good for the president. I think it was a great outcome from Turnberry.
And something he's also not a big fan on, and that's big fans. He spoke extensively about his hate of wind turbines. How did that go down?
It went down really well because the president, always uses some good humor in some of his arguments. He referred to them as windmills instead of wind farms or wind turbines. So, making light of it a little bit. But no, I think that's pretty consistent with U.S. energy policy right now. The president's managed to get rid of all the subsidies for wind and solar, or at least a lot of them, not all of them. But he's really sort of done away with a lot of this net zero nonsense, which never really was popular in the U.S., much more popular in Europe, obviously, but it never really became a big issue in the U.S. It never cracked the top 5 in terms of issues that were important to voters. But the Biden administration went ahead with a lot of that nonsense anyway. And I think that was just another example of being tone deaf and not listening to the people, to the voters. So I think, you've seen what happened with net zero policy in Germany when they were completely dependent on very inconsistent wind and solar, as well as Russian natural gas imports. And you saw what they went through a few winters ago. And then in the UK, where UK businesses are paying 5 times the amount for energy, 5 times more than U.S. companies pay. And even in the UK, they're paying 40% more than German companies pay. So it's really unsustainable. And I think it's one of those things where President Trump was quite critical of the UK policy and talking about the windmills. But I think it's because he wants what's best for the UK. He wants to renew that economic vigor that the UK used to have.
For more analysis, we're joined by Dr. Liam Fox, former UK International Trade Secretary, who also served as the UK Defence Secretary. Dr. Fox, thank you for joining us here on Global News tonight. Firstly, I want to talk to you about this unusual setting for this meeting. The US President choosing not to visit 10 Downing Street, but instead seeing the UK PM visiting President Trump while he's playing golf in Scotland. Do you read anything into this dynamic?
Not really. The President is coming for an official state visit in a very short time to the UK. This is much more a private visit, but I think that it's such is the importance of getting relationships right with the United States that it's worth our Prime Minister taking a short 1-hour trip to Scotland and the European Union President taking a trip in the same direction.
So a little bit of a case of any good FaceTime you can get with President Trump where he's not going to ambush you in a White House press conference, as we've seen from other world leaders, is probably a good thing.
It's probably advantageous from a comms point of view, yes.
Not many world leaders have significant sway over the US president. Do you think Sir Keir Starmer has any leverage with him? Do you think they have the kind of relationship where President Trump may listen to what the PM has to say?
Well, a lot is talked about the special relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom. But that phrase, in fact, was first used by Winston Churchill, speaking in America after the war. And for him, the special relationship was really based as a wartime leader on intelligence, military sharing of the burden there. And that's still the basis of the special relationship with the United States. As a former defense secretary, I can tell you that no two countries share intelligence as closely as the United States and the United Kingdom, and that still is the basis. Of course, there is a shared cultural, historical, linguistic heritage, but it's still essentially strongly based on the military and security elements, and that always makes the United Kingdom be heard a little bit louder in Washington.
It is all important at the moment when we have so many issues on the world stage. The UK has spoken out against Israel's handling of the conflict in Gaza, for example, in quite stark terms, in contrast to the US. Do you think the PM can convince President Trump to be tougher on Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, I think that the President was talking today about how unacceptable the situation in Gaza is. And I think that most people, having seen the sort of pictures that we have, would completely agree with that. It's untenable that the situation should continue as it is. I think that the indications that Israel is considering pauses in hostilities to allow aid in shows that Israel does respond to international pressure. And I'm sure that President Trump will have that at the front of his mind. You must remember that President Trump, of his many characteristics, is very, very family orientated and will, I think, have been very much affected by the plight of some of the families that we've seen. And I think that there will be a lot being said behind the scenes.
He did say, with regard to the hostages still remaining in Gaza, he said that's a complicating factor and said that dealing with Hamas has been difficult. Do you think that we can expect a change in policy or maybe a change in tone from the US president after his meeting with the UK Prime Minister, perhaps putting a little more pressure on Israel to return to the negotiating table, to get a ceasefire back on the agenda?
Well, I think what is said in public, where I think the nuances and the tones will be very carefully considered, may not be exactly the same as what is said behind the scenes, where I think that some of the views might be expressed a little more frankly than you will get in the public domain. The important thing is not really the optics. The important thing is the outcome, and that the humanitarian suffering that we've seen in Gaza is brought to an end as quickly as possible. And it really doesn't matter, what you think the cause of that is. I think that we have forgotten too often that the beginning of this crisis began by Hamas murdering over 1,000 Israeli civilians, and that Hamas would have known what the consequences of that would have been. And I think that they've shown that they have no real regard for the well-being of the people in Gaza. But I think that the world looks at the suffering of ordinary people and says we cannot continue to be able to simply look the other way when this level of suffering is appearing on our TV screens. And we all understand the scale of just how dreadful the humanitarian crisis is.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Thank you very much for coming to see us, Dr. Murphy. Thank you. Let's start by talking about Saudi Arabia. Seems like recruitment momentum in Q1 was a little bit faster than it was in Q2, but it seems to be steady. Is that a fair reading?
Yeah, I think a 2% increase quarter on quarter is still reasonably good nominal growth. As an average across the GCC, it was 1%, 4% in UAE, but 2% is pretty good, particularly when you look at seasonally adjusted 2 Eid breaks within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which are typically slightly longer than we would have in the UAE.
So that's what you would read into that slight lull in Q2? Slight lull in Q2.
There are a number of other factors as well. So what we've seen is there's been a change in direction around funding as some projects scale down slightly. We're seeing that other projects are very much coming to the fore, particularly time-sensitive, large-scale projects where will fundamentally change the Saudi perception, maybe internationally, with the likes of World Cup, Expo, Asian Games, etc. And they're certainly taking a significant component of the budget and the emphasis in terms of building out those projects.
Did you see growth kind of visible across most sectors, or were there some that were sort of outperforming, some that were underperforming?
Yeah, I think we so the 2% number is still modest, but still good growth. But I think there's been some real winners, particularly in Q2. So we've seen quite a significant jump in areas like financial services and banking, all performing very well. We've seen real estate as an overall number grow quite significantly, 4 or 5% in Saudi Arabia, so above the GCC average. We've seen areas like digital data and AI all performing very well. So there was a 4% average across the GCC. It was about a 7% increase in Saudi Arabia, so very, very strong numbers. Areas such as supply chain, logistics, all doing very well. The Ministry of Logistics and Transport, big transformation project. There's some really big announcements like DHL investing $500 million across UAE and Saudi. So a lot of activity. Private sector doing very well. Government either doing significant transformation projects, or areas like Ministry of Tourism and Culture, who have been busy for many years now, all performing very well and very strong outlook for the remainder of this year.
Sure, I mean, a lot happening on so many different fronts. I mean, just talking broadly about hiring trends across Saudi Arabia, is the kingdom managing to attract the talent it needs, do you think? Is that something you were able to deduce?
Yeah, look, I think Saudi, Riyadh, Jeddah, the giga projects and mega projects are internationally recognised and have been for many years. So we're seeing individuals that have really high expectations on how fast their career can develop are really looking at Saudi as probably a number in the top 3 or 4 locations that we work in globally. So there's some very interesting interest, and that's typically for very top-tier talent. Individuals that are out of London or working out of New York or Australia or Asian markets really looking at Saudi, Riyadh competing with Dubai and Abu Dhabi very much now for talent.
And Dr. Murphy, when you speak to recruiters in Saudi Arabia, what sort of anecdotes are they telling you? What sort of gems of information are you able to get from those conversations about what the trends are in the market, where things are heading?
Look, I think there's a real need to make improvements and continue to grow the leadership qualities within Saudi, whether that's bringing talent in to support with that or developing leadership, ad hoc leadership type assessments or leadership type education processes. So I think leadership is one area that there's still some growth and demand in from the international markets, particularly as they come in. New technology, digital, AI, and even some of the areas around security and cyber. You know, significant need for talent there as well. But the talent pool that is in Saudi and has been built over the last 5 or 10 years is now very significant and very, very capable of delivering for themselves. It's just where there's particular niche skills, or there's areas lined up with Vision 2030 where there's a very unique skill set required, that they're bringing some talent in to support those, typically in advisor and SME type roles. And that's certainly a trend in the last 12 months. Rather than bringing in, a C-level person, they're bringing in advisors to support the talent that's already there.
Do you think there are a lot of misconceptions about the Saudi market when it comes to things like remuneration, the package? Do you think people are a bit sort of out of touch with the reality? Do you think there is a mismatch? Is that something that recruiters tell you?
Yeah, of course. Look, I think that the days of a significant increase to move to Saudi, 25, 30, 35%, those days are done typically. And there's some exceptions to that. But yeah, I think salaries are still very much in the top quartile globally in Saudi Arabia, and probably slightly ahead of the UAE and other GCC countries, but are still very, very attractive, outside of the tax-free component of it, obviously. But and there's still some elements of additional compensation that gets paid in terms of relocation and those type of elements that maybe don't exist in other countries in the Gulf at the moment. So it is still very attractive. It's just not what it used to be. We used to describe the UAE as a hardship post many years ago. People would have said the same about Saudi, not anymore. Riyadh, Jeddah, and even some of the other regional cities are very much on map, because there's significant career opportunities and advancement and earning potential.
Just broadening our conversation out to the rest of the region, because your Q2 report covers the whole of the GCC. What are the sort of the main patterns that you're able to deduce from the region? I mean, it seems like investor sentiment is pretty strong.
Yep.
It seems like recruitment is pretty strong as well. I mean, is there a correlation between the two?
So normally very strong investor sentiment leads to quite a very buoyant employment market or jobs creation market. So what we've seen is certainly there is a 2% increase on a quarter-on-quarter, slightly above quarter one, slightly below quarter one. There's still a huge demand for talent here, whether that's local talent, whether that's Saudi talent or international talent. And what we're seeing is that there's probably, whilst there's some crossover in the talent required in the GCC countries, it's still quite different depending on the cycle that they're at. So if you take something like real estate, strong in Qatar, strong in Saudi, strong in the UAE, but the skill sets are different, the requirements are different. So right now there's a huge demand for high-rise expertise as Riyadh goes up as a city rather than continue to grow laterally. So that was a play 10 years ago in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. It's now less important because for 10, 15, 20 years, there's been a lot of projects built out in that space. So as countries develop and go into different cycles, there's a different skills requirement. So, but overall, I think all countries are doing well. I think Saudi and UAE are definitely leading the way in terms of their actual volume of requirements. That probably makes up quite a significant volume of the total number of jobs coming to market. But they're both doing well in the private sector. They've both got ambitious public and private-public growth plans and big projects coming through. But with the devil is always in the details, so it's specific areas need very, very specific skill sets at different times.
Looked like Oman was quite a strong performer in terms of hiring growth. Should we read anything into that, do you think?
It's still it's unusual that they had one of their best performing quarters just after the introduction of income tax. But yeah, they have their own vision. They've got their own plans. Again, in the overall scale, it's a smaller employment market, very much fulfilled within country rather than bringing a huge amount of expats in. the difference for recruitment and for recruitment companies is that UAE and Saudi still have a significant need because of the pace in which they're moving and the pace in which change is happening.
Okay, and conversely, Qatar and Kuwait seem to be having a little bit of a slowdown. Is that something do you think is just a sort of a slight blip, or would you see that as something a bit more meaningful?
Just a bit of a blip, maybe a little bit. I think Qatar is again a slightly longer Eid break, so unfortunately, it just seasonally, we don't seasonally adjust the numbers. We just take the numbers as raw data and build it up from there. But I think it's just a blip. They had a good couple of quarters in quarter three and quarter four last year, and I would say that will probably even itself out over a 12-month period.
So overall, we're now, what are we, a couple of weeks into Q3. What are you feeling? I mean, what's the sort of the overall sentiment out there, would you say, across the region as we begin Q3?
I think we're still quite bullish about how this year is going to end up. I think overall we'll probably see maybe a 7 or 8% growth in jobs over a year in Saudi. I think the UAE could be ahead of that slightly, more like 9 or 10%. There's just so many things happening across nearly every sector in the UAE. So I think overall GCC growth maybe 3 or 4%, probably not keeping up with the population growth that we're seeing, particularly in the UAE, and maybe slightly less so in Saudi because of visa restrictions, etc. But certainly quite a positive year, probably slightly better than last year. When activities start progressing from planning stage to execution stage for Expo, Asian Games, World Cup, I think that those numbers, and because it's not just the entity, it's the SME network around that, it's the consulting firms that are going to feed into those large scale projects, and there's no delay with those things. They have to happen soon, and they have to happen well, and that will create a lot of job opportunities we see.
Okay, just to wrap up this conversation, how would you describe the mood? I mean, what sort of words spring to mind when you think about the mood in the recruitment space, hiring decisions? What are people feeling, would you say, right across the GCC?
So I think I would say for the most part, cautious optimism. I mean, there's always a little concern around regional issues and how they impact on the GCC. We have seen no impact to date, thankfully, but from an economic and a jobs creation point of view. But I think overall we're very strong on where we see job creation this year, Saudi and UAE, and the others maybe slightly less bullish on. But I think overall, I think we're in a pretty strong position. The economic indicators are good. A bit of stability regionally, maybe an interest rate cut might be helpful. But as you said, investor sentiment is still quite strong. So as long as that continues, I think we'll have a very good 2025.
All right. Well, it's been a real pleasure talking to you, Dr. Trevor Murphy, founder and CEO of Cooper Fitch. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Evidence of a deep state cabal or an elaborate hoax. The speculation and conspiracy theories surrounding the Jeffrey Epstein case just won't go away. And President Trump isn't happy. He wants to focus on the achievements of his first 6 months. The Democrats want to take advantage of disagreement within the GOP. Could this be the issue that sees MAGA Republicans turn on their commander-in-chief? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. President Trump has found himself having to answer questions about Jeffrey Epstein almost on a daily basis at the moment.
And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
I don't understand why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't.
However, the intrigue surrounding the Epstein case isn't dying down, and the Democrats are taking advantage. On social media, the president has denied there's a split in the GOP, saying his poll numbers have never been stronger and have even gone up since what he called the Epstein hoax was exposed. But there's no doubt it sparked public interest. The latest Economist YouGov survey found the vast majority of Americans said they think the government should release the Epstein documents, and that includes 75% of Republicans. Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll debate whether the administration has mishandled this controversy, if the Epstein case could cause a split in the Republican camp, and whether the Democrats have jumped on the bandwagon, demanding full transparency when they neglected to do so while in office. Joining us to discuss how the Epstein case is impacting US politics is Josh Hammer, Newsweek's senior editor-at-large and host of The Josh Hammer Show, as well as senior counsel of the Article 3 project. Kurt Mills is joining us, Executive Director of the American Conservative magazine. And Joel Rubin is rounding out our panel, a Democrat strategist who also served as a senior State Department official during the Obama administration. Gentlemen, thank you all for joining us here on Counterpoints. As politicians go on their summer break, President Donald Trump really wants the focus to be on a successful first 6 months. He wants to highlight major accomplishments, such as his big trade deals and his big, beautiful bill. But the Epstein controversy threatens to overshadow all of that. Josh, let's start with you. Has this issue blown up because of a mishandling of the files and the optics?
Well, Melinda, I mean, let's be clear here. The administration definitely has not handled this particularly well. It has been far from the mark. I would be the very first to admit that. It's very difficult to reconcile. It's frankly impossible to reconcile, for instance, what Attorney General Pam Bondi said on Fox News back in February with the recent memo that went out from the DOJ and the FBI effectively disclaiming the existence of the very files that the Attorney General said were on her desk back in February. So this has obviously not been handled well. With that stipulation aside, I think it's important to note that President Trump is a unique force of personality. He is a once-a-generation political figure where people are deeply attracted to his substantive agenda, and I think also deeply attracted to him as a personal tour de force. And when Donald Trump is making such a concerted effort as this, he is really digging in his heels. He is trying really hard through tooth and nail to try to turn a page on this saga sooner rather than later there. I think that the conservative base, his own base, is going to follow along sooner rather than later. Again, it has not been handled particularly well, but there were just too many successes as well. I mean, based on the own rubric, on the Trump administration's own metrics there, whether it's the economy, immigration, victories at the U.S. Supreme Court, foreign policy victories, there really have been tremendous successes there. And when you combine that with the fact that the base is deeply loyal to President Trump as an individual, in addition to his policies, I frankly do think that this saga will be behind us sooner rather than later.
OK, Kurt, what do you make of that assessment? I mean, maybe a lot of things have gone his way in these first 6 months, and yet this is all anyone's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another sort of watershed that's been overshadowed by the administration's curious approach to recent events. So, I kind of recall back to last month when the president had his military parade here in Washington. It did not go very well. It was choreographed poorly, and it seemed a sort of ridiculous spectacle juxtaposed with the U.S. joining Israel in its strikes on Iran. Same thing here. The administration should be celebrating, as Josh mentioned, the 6-month anniversary. It was little marked in D.C. or in conservative circles elsewhere because the administration has decided to claim, after 10 years of anti-establishment energy, that there's nothing to the Jeffrey Epstein story. And I think everybody knows that that's basically not true. If the administration had said, look, we don't have the goods, we call for further investigations, we call for victims to come forward, I think that would have been one thing. But I think, for Epstein scandal to be shut down, especially after the last 45 days of U.S. foreign policy, where U.S. has been just hook, line, and sinker with the Israelis, and everybody knows that the leading theory on why Epstein was such a major American foreign policy in the American scene is that he very likely was tied to Israel. And I think the optic heinous.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm not going to let that stand at all. That anti-Semitic conspiracy theory has been debunked. It's ridiculous. It's hostile to Jewish people. And it's not the core of the whole issue here right now, which is that the crisis that we're seeing is of Donald Trump's own making, of 10 years of indulging his base in conspiracy theory, in turning them on to all the dark demons that are somehow mystically controlling the government. And of course, to Kurt's, also dark conspiracy theory there, sort of feeding into the long-term anti-Semitic tropes that Trump and his team have also promoted. So now he's getting, from a Democratic perspective, exactly what he asked for. And I think for Democrats, we're just sitting back and watching, although, of course, asking people what the answer is to two questions. Was he lying to you all the time, to his base, or is he covering up and hiding his billionaire friends, or hiding his own name from, as it was just reported yesterday, from being exposed as part of these files? And I think politically what this means is that independents are afraid of what they now see. Donald Trump won this election because he was able to peel off significant chunks of the Democratic coalition, in particular in Black and brown communities, and also moderate independents who thought that they needed a change, they needed a better economy. That's what he ran on. Now, all of a sudden, they're having buyer's remorse. They're looking at this and they're saying, we didn't sign up for cover-ups of pedophiles by the president who said he wanted to be transparent. And they're fleeing, and that's why we're seeing Trump's numbers tanking now to below 40%. He's losing his base, and he's losing the independents who put him in power. But again, this idea of conspiracy theory, Jeffrey Epstein and Mossad, is beyond the pale, I think, for this discussion.
I don't think it's beyond the pale, and I fail to see how it's anti-Semitic. I mean, if the theory,
you're creating an argument that there's somehow Jewish cabal around the world controlling efforts.
We don't want to drag. We don't want to go too deep into what's in the files, into why. Let's stay on the politics of it, because we haven't seen the files. We don't know the facts. So rather than speculating about what's in them and why,
we don't know. Why are we engaging in anti-Semitic conspiracy theory?
Yeah, so let's leave that one to one side. I'm curious to hear from you, Josh, about how you view those
Josh,
comments. Do you think that the president has allowed the optics of this to get away with him? I mean, you were sort of espousing some of the success stories, but as both of our other guests have said, this is what people are talking about.
Look, Melinda, as far as the politics go, Donald Trump is trying really, really, really hard to move on. OK, he's trying really hard. Again, this has not been handled well. Now, he did direct Attorney General Pam Bondi to try to unseal grand jury testimony. They tried. That came back completely unsurprisingly, and the court, Judge Rosenberg, earlier this week in Florida said that the grand jury testimony is sealed. Again, as a lawyer myself, totally unsurprising. That's typically how grand jury testimony goes. Now, we'll see how it plays out. I mean, there's going to be a little more runway to this story. I, for one, am personally disappointed that this is the way that it's been handled. To give Kurt at least a modicum of credit, it is definitely right that there have been some people that have been deeply animated in part of Trump's base about the Epstein story for a very long time. Folks like Kash Patel, back when he was on the outside, did talk a lot about this story. However, I think it is completely ludicrous. It is ludicrous, I think, to suggest that this is one of the leading factors that Donald Trump's voters care about. Donald Trump's voters, especially those middle class, working class, blue collar voters in the proverbial or literal American heartland, care about the bread and butter issues. They care about the economy, jobs, inflation, immigration, crime. I mean, these are the issues that people voted on, and these are the issues that, frankly, the administration is delivering massive results in there. So, again, with a base as loyal, not just substantively, but personally to Donald Trump as this base is. By the way, the approval ratings are not nearly as catastrophic as Joel is making them out to be. There has been something of a drop in some polls, at least for Gen Z MAGA supporters, Gen Z Republicans. But overall, Trump's approval ratings with Republicans, according to at least some of the data, has actually increased since the Epstein saga started. So the polling is deeply mixed there. I think Trump is weathering this storm ultimately effectively. It is definitely a storm, but he's weathering it. I think it's going to be smoother sailing in the fairly near future, if I had to guess.
Joel, what do you make of that? I mean, do you think that Republicans have misjudged just how deeply people feel about this issue?
Again, this is like in soccer, this is an auto goal in Spanish, or this is an own goal. Literally, Democrats, we have nothing to do with this. This is all the making of the Republican Party, the conspiracy theory about Epstein for years, that something was being hidden. And to Josh's point, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, the two people running the FBI, there are some of the loudest voices who are promoting that over the years. And so now they're in a bind as well. And I think we see that the chickens are coming home to roost. But I would caution Josh on overreading the polls because, if anything, there's a tell. President Trump right now is trying to get Texas, and it's likely that Texas will move forward on this, to a redistrict in the middle of the decade, which is highly abnormal, to gerrymander seats that will end up in Congress to move 5 more seats towards the Republican column. Why? Because he's petrified of these midterm elections. There are almost 40 seats that are competitive right now on Republican turf. The tariff policies has thrown the economy into chaos. The American people are deeply concerned about the attacks against the rule of law that they're witnessing. The number one issue for the president is immigration. And even in national polls across the board, it shows that he's underwater overall. And that's not to mention these other issues. So I think the president realizes how hard it's going to be. And, August is always the month of collapse. It happened to Joe Biden 4 years ago when he had a horrific August after the withdrawal from Afghanistan and the collapse of much of his political support. And I think we're about to witness another horrific August. Why? Because even the House Republicans messed up by adjourning a day early. So now there will likely be a vote on releasing the Epstein files in early September, guaranteeing that this will be an issue to be discussed throughout August.
Kurt, do you agree? Do you think this is going to blow over? Is this storm going to continue? Is it becoming a dangerous distraction from the work Republicans have and want to be doing?
It's certainly becoming a dangerous distraction. I mean, everyone that I've talked to within the administration, granted it might be, somewhat self-selecting, seems pretty demoralized, seems pretty distracted. The president can't get his message out. I'm not really sure that's up for dispute. As to, how long this will drag on, I think it's a major scandal. I think it is the timing with U.S. foreign policy decisions in June remains pretty curious. And I think this could drag on if the war between Israel and Gaza drags on and the crisis between Israel and Iran drags on. It's very possible something else comes out. I agree with the structural case that the schedule might make it, be less important or more important. But I think base case, we are talking about this come to autumn, and that's a fiasco for the administration. And frankly, I think it is interesting. And I think a lot of Democrats are going to ignore my co-panelist advice there, because a lot of Epstein's collaborators and clients and friends were frankly Democrats. And this is why this is such a curious maneuver for a Trump Republican White House. The Republicans are now at risk of owning the Epstein scandal, just as they are at risk of owning the Gaza war, just as they're at risk of owning the Ukraine war. These are all own goals. And I think it is related to the potential decline in Trump's poll numbers. Yes, it's not the number one issue. I think the number one issue for the Republicans is immigration, but attriting support from the low 40s to the high 30s or the low 30s, that's not good. And that puts Trump into Biden territory as it happened in 2021. It's something he should avoid and get a handle on right now.
Josh, do you think this is going to be a major scandal?
Well,
go ahead, Joe.
Why Democrats? Yeah, I mean, look, the reason why Democrats didn't make a big deal out of this is pretty obvious, because Democrats basically didn't have anything to fear from these files and didn't think they were a big deal. This has all been ginned up amongst the MAGA base and the Republican leadership. They're the ones that care so deeply about it.
Majorities of Democrats want to see the files released too. I mean, American
Democrats have called for the files to be released. Ro Khan is pushing for a bill.
We're going to come specifically to the Democrats and their role in this in an upcoming segment. So let's leave that for our future discussion that will come up just shortly. Let's sort of stay semi-focused just on Republicans for the moment. We're not going to let you off the hook, though, Joel. Don't you worry about that. Josh, I want to ask you. Do you agree that this is going to become a major scandal, as Kurt had said?
No, I do not. Look, two things can be true at once, as is often the case. The administration has not handled this affair particularly well. It has been not just not their finest hour, but indeed one of the lowest hours of this second Trump presidency. I'm not offering apologia for the Attorney General, the FBI Director, things like that. I call it like I see it, and this has frankly not been handled well. On the other hand, I just simply think that it cannot be emphasized enough that this is very much a disproportionate issue for the blue-checked Twitterati, for the kind of people that attend high-volume conservative political conferences, for the kind of people who run actual or purported conservative magazines. I mean, this is an issue that is a big issue for folks like that. It is not a major issue for the median Donald Trump voter out in the proverbial or literal American heartland. It's just not. And when you actually look at the issues that Trump is delivering on, he really is delivering over and again. And I will also add that what our Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has started to declassify and reveal here. And look, you can be very cynical about this. You can say that she's trying to do this just as a distraction from the Epstein memo. On the substance of it, I think that Russiagate is a much, much, much bigger deal, frankly, than Jeffrey Epstein, because Epstein is a mystery. It is a scandal. There's a lot of things that don't necessarily add up. I personally would say that Jeffrey Epstein was most likely to be kind of a Jay Gatsby-esque character. It's a new essay from Christopher Rufo. I think he kind of nails it on the head there. But regardless, Russiagate, going back to the Obama administration, the transition period from 2016 to 2017, this is a directly hot-button political issue. I mean, this is fiery stuff that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is declassifying there. There's apparently going to be potential for criminal referrals. We'll see where that goes. As a lawyer, I actually have my doubts, for what it's worth, about where those prosecutions could go. But they're already trying to turn the page, and I think fairly successfully. Based on the most recent news cycles that I've seen here in the United States, the attention has largely, not entirely, but largely shifted already, I would argue, from Epstein over to Russiagate.
OK, we're going to move on just a moment, but I do need to give you right of reply there, Joel, with regard to Russiagate.
Oh, sure. I mean, Russiagate is like catnip for the Republican base, and it had to get trotted out at some point. And this is the moment to try to distract folks from the Epstein scandal, which is a scandal about pedophiles, not something to scoff at and look away from, where President Trump's name is credibly in those files, where his top officials for years talked about releasing those files, are now in charge of agencies and are not releasing those files. That's a scandal. And the Russiagate, even Secretary of State Marco Rubio, when he chaired the Intelligence Committee in the Senate, basically said the opposite of what Tulsi Gabbard is now alleging. And by the way, there was a great question yesterday in the White House briefing that should be put out in front of everyone, which is why even refer President Obama to prosecution when he can't be prosecuted when Donald Trump brought a case to the Supreme Court that said that a president cannot be prosecuted for official acts. This is all nothing but gaslighting his own supporters, and I hope they see through it.
OK, let's move back to the political ramifications. No politician is ever universally admired, not even by their own party. But this is perhaps the first time we're seeing very certain parts of President Trump's MAGA base publicly criticising him. Kurt, is this Epstein case causing a split in the Republican camp?
I think it depends on how you define camp. I think a lot of the leading luminaries of Trump's movement are very concerned about this. And then on the other hand, or meanwhile, I should say, it is robbing the administration of its anti-establishment energy. Let's not be naive here. If the economy is good, if the president's health is good, he can pretty much do whatever and enact whatever policy he wants to do. But if he tries to do George W. Bush's third term, a conventional Republican administration, he is going to, and I think you've already seen these levels of defections, he is going to lose a lot of the energy that got him elected in 2016 and again in 2024. And you're going to see an administration that, has the support of majorities of Republicans, has the support of 30% plus Americans, but does not have the sort of mandate energy that Trump had in January of 2025. And I think, frankly, it's because policy does matter. And the last 2 months, you have seen an administration that has basically cribbed from the George W. Bush playbook on foreign policy and is now casting aspersions on anyone who would ask basic questions on the Epstein scandal, which all of Trump's major proteges and acolytes did throughout the 2024 campaign, including his son, including the vice president, and it matters. And I think just basically the other side of the argument here is that we should shut it down. We shouldn't care. We shouldn't talk about this. I think it's a loser. It smells suspicious. It doesn't pass the laugh test.
Josh, is the Republican campaign going to lose, the Republican Party going to lose energy, as Kurt was saying, unless they can re-steer the ship here?
All right. So first of all, again, as a lawyer here, this notion of the quote unquote Epstein files, as if it is kind of just a tight and neat and tidy sort of thing. That's not how it works. This particular jargon of the so-called Epstein files has been bandied about American political discourse for years now. It's not entirely obvious to me what exactly the term is even getting at. I mean, kind of the original sin of the entire Epstein legal affair was made back during the Bush administration, back around 2007 or so, when the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, actually sent this case to the local Palm Beach County Florida State Prosecutor's Office. So, I mean, is that part of the Epstein files, what the Palm Beach County prosecutor found? The feds took up the case again in 2019. It was later that year that Epstein allegedly, your mileage may vary, but allegedly killed himself in the New York City jail. I mean, is that part of the Epstein files? We know that Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail. I mean, like, what exactly is the Epstein files there? I mean, this notion that we were going to get like a very neat list here of, oh, wow, here are all the names of people who were engaging in horrific child sex trafficking and unspeakable acts of pedophilia on the Lolita Express. The notion that there was ever going to be a single list that would be produced in kind of neat and tidy fashion was utterly ludicrous. Anyone who knows literally anything whatsoever about the law, about legal process, about legal procedure, criminal procedure, could have told you that this was just pure unadulterated BS basically from the get-go. So that does raise kind of serious questions.
I agree with that.
But why was it used so long for so many years? But why was it used so aggressively for so many years then by Donald Trump? If all this is BS, this doesn't matter. Why did they talk about it for all those years?
Agreed. I mean, the administration itself teased the Epstein files thing in early winter. So they made their own bet on this. I think the key thing here, though, is that the administration—
People say dumb stuff in the context of political campaigns. I mean, this is political rhetoric.
It happened in the White House.
It's not just in the last year. It's multiple years. This is going back multiple years. This became part of the mantra.
Okay, let's let Kurt finish.
Scandal. Okay. It's a good technical point, but this is a scandal for one reason.
Because they were lying. That's why, is what you're saying.
Who is lying?
What you're saying
Who
is
is
ultimately
lying?
they were lying to their voters.
Who lying about what?
What then? If we take Josh's argument to the logical conclusion, the point is that Trump and his team for years and his allies in the echo chamber were lying to the MAGA base to keep them mobilized, and they knew it was a lie.
This is American politics 101. You overpromised.
The Epstein files it became a term of art for investigating the Epstein scandal writ large. And so, yes, they made theatrics out of it. And then in July, suddenly they declared there is no Epstein scandal. That's why we're talking about this, because it's weird to suddenly come out and say, we don't care about investigating this at all. And then even though they are investigating it a little bit now, it's clear that they want to investigate other things like Russiagate, and that they don't really want to take the full force of the government into it. And I think it's a political error. I agree that Russiagate is a scandal, but I think the American people have rendered their verdict on that. They reelected Donald Trump, the president of the United States. Americans obviously don't believe in Russiagate. They wanted daylight and sunlight on the Epstein story. It was an issue in the campaign, and it's strange that the White House tried to shut it down.
Actually, those points about American voters leads me on to a question I have for you, Joel. The everyday American who voted for Trump on the promise of reducing the cost of living, boosting domestic opportunities, surely they aren't going to be preoccupied with the accusations surrounding a dead millionaire. They're preoccupied with the domestic things that Trump has said he will do for them. So why would this affect the majority of his voting base and therefore damage the Republicans in general?
Well, if only American politics still worked that way. I mean, all you have to do is look at the Biden administration. There were significant accomplishments that President Biden achieved in terms of investment in the United States economy. American voters forgot about that. Our politics is different now. These kinds of issues, and to Josh's point earlier, the elite opinion shapers of the parties have a huge impact on how voters view their political leaders. And in this case, it sets up now for Trump a theme of dishonesty, of lack of transparency, of not speaking straight to his voters, themes that he said he was opposite of when he was a candidate. So the economic issues, of course, we could have a critique and I could argue about the problems, and there are also some positives, but that's just not how our politics works right now. And Americans, they might look at their pocketbook. They were doing quite well under Biden. The stock market kept on going up. Inflation kept on going down. They didn't vote on that. They voted on other issues. They voted on social issues. So Donald Trump, he got off of that topic. I'll close with this, of the economics being his core one, but really the themes that are now being countered by this Epstein saga really cut directly into his entire persona as a political leader.
Josh, what do you make of that?
There is definitely some truth to the fact that a lot of people on the campaign trail did talk a lot about this. But it seems to me like there was just a basic case of overpromising. I mean, this is a very common thing on the American political campaign trail. I mean, I hate to be kind of the voice of cynicism and sobriety, for some viewers who might have kind of a Pollyanna-ish, starry-eyed view of the American political process, but politicians have been overpromising and in many cases under-delivering for as old as the American Republic itself. Now, in the case of Donald J. Trump, I actually really don't think that he is under-delivering when it comes to his core substantive campaign promises, when it comes to everything from the economy to immigration to other DOJ victories, to mass victories at the Supreme Court, to unheralded foreign policy peace deals, including things like the Congo and Rwanda, India and Pakistan, things that people have tended to just forget about. I mean, he's wheeling and dealing around the world and achieving a lot domestically for his voters as well there. So I really do think that he is delivering. The way that the Epstein affair has been handled is generally unfortunate. It certainly seems, based on everything that I've been able to glean and my conversations with sources in the administration and the publicly available record, it seems to me like there were very tense disagreements within the administration as to how to go about this there. There's been many rumors of a huge blow-up fight between Dan Bongino at the FBI and Pam Bondi. I cannot personally verify that or anything there. It would not surprise me there. But I ultimately think, if I had to guess, that there was a lot of overpromising here. And then when push comes to shove, when it comes to the moment of trying to unveil, they probably ran into a lot of serious legal and procedural obstacles, the likes of which I have described, and kind of what we just saw earlier this week in Florida. When it comes to the grand jury testimony not being able to be unsealed there. I mean, these are very real obstacles in the American legal and political process.
Kurt, some Republican commentators also said that President Trump risked dividing the party or losing his base when he bombed Iran. But then when the bombs started falling and then the 12-day war ended, everyone fell back into line. Why do you think that this situation could be any different?
I'm not sure that's really accurate. I mean, there are a lot of Americans, and I'm one of them, that is glad that the president is not Kamala Harris today. But it is hard to measure relative levels of enthusiasm within the coalition. And what is basically making the argument here is that the bombing of Iran, the weird cloak and dagger around Epstein, is making Trump a more divisive president, and he is attriting his anti-establishment energy that he entered politics in and re-entered the White House with in the early part of this year. This administration is just a lot less fun right now. And I know a number of staffers who are demotivated, and I think it is relevant that the conservative media ecosphere is sort of out for blood on this, and that Trump is losing prominent boosters that helped bring him back to power. Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, it's disparate. And he's losing all of these different figures for different reasons, but a foreign policy that is frankly at the behest of a foreign power in this country's own military-industrial complex. Mixed
can't help himself.
Kurt is literally saying that Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance are owned by the Jews. That is what he is saying on TV. This is what my interlocutor with the regional Turning Point
There we go.
said. That's what Dave Smith said.
Melinda, you're not.
Donald Trump is so
Melinda, you're not
okay.
That he
I hope this is very nourishing for your viewers.
Too often, but
I think you are allowed.
This is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It's not ridiculous.
Foreign power. Okay,
well,
seriously.
On
so
the one hand,
ridiculous.
On the other hand, Kurt is saying that Donald Trump is so stupid and impotent that he can't even make his own decisions about war and peace. I mean, it's just unfathomably stupid.
No, I know. I think
did it not occur to you, Kurt? Wait. Let me ask a question. Did it not occur to you that over four presidents have said that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon and all options were on the table, including military force? That bipartisan
including Trump on his escalator speech in summer 2015.
I mean, this is, but no, blame the Jews for this. That's the answer. Blame the Jews.
What is your question?
I mean, it's obvious that you have a target in mind.
You're going to call me a bigot because you can't make an argument and you're a bully.
No, I'm going to say that pretty much whenever Jewish or Israel topics come out, you engage in a conspiracy theory about it.
Okay,
I think the Israel lobby narrative is well established.
Another one. There we go.
Okay, Joel, just let Kurt respond to those comments.
Yeah, I mean, I have a hard time.
Just let Kurt respond.
Joel, do you hear yourself, man? Okay. I think it is a fair.
I absolutely do.
Go ahead, Kurt.
I think it is a fair critique that the U.S. is too in bed with the Israeli government, particularly this particular government led by Benjamin Netanyahu, and it is impacting foreign policy decision making. I think a lot of people who like those decisions are not Jewish. Donald Trump is not Jewish. The chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, who's happy as a clam when this happened, Roger Wicker, not Jewish. Tom Cotton, not Jewish. Lindsey Graham, not Jewish. It doesn't mean that the U.S. is too close to Israel during this war and that is not prudent. And it doesn't mean that there isn't such a thing as the Israel lobby. I think everybody knows that there is. And if you want to call it something,
it's fine. It's a consistent
it's not a conspiracy
theme in your commentary from your first statement about Epstein and the Mossad to now Israel controlling the.
I don't know. I think we don't know. We don't know what the Epstein story is.
We don't know about this.
All right, I'm going to steer us back on track here, gentlemen, because we are running out of time. So I appreciate our robust back and forth on that issue. Let's move on onto our final segment here before we run out of time. The suspicion surrounding the whole Epstein affair is nothing new. What is new, though, is the fact that the Democrats are now calling for full transparency. They had plenty of time to do it when they were in office to release relevant information and had been accused themselves of withholding the files. So it's not surprising that some people are now asking questions whether they're genuinely concerned with being open and honest or just out for political point scoring. So, Joel, let me direct this one to you. Why are the Democrats jumping on the bandwagon now when they neglected calls to release files earlier?
Well, first and foremost, Democrats want to help support the Republicans who are looking for transparency into this issue. I think that's why transparency is a good thing. And the Republicans put this on the agenda. The Republicans are pushing this through the Rules Committee. The Oversight Committee just called for a subpoena the Justice Department for documents. Democrats aren't driving this. Democrats have no power. Democrats are in the minority in both chambers of Congress and out of the White House. So, whatever it is, the Democrats are supporting this because I think there's a recognition that if Republicans want to do transparency and oversight of their president for the first time in 6 months, that Democrats are going to support it.
But why didn't the Democrats want transparency when they were in power, when other people were calling for the release of the files?
Because, quite frankly, there's probably not much in these files the Democrats think were worthy of moving up. But then if you want to be really generous to the Biden team, you can say they didn't want to embarrass Donald Trump, whose name might be in those files, according to reporting. And Joe Biden is not the kind of guy that goes around and trying to embarrass other presidents, unlike this one.
Tried to put him in prison. I don't...
Kurt, what do you think? What do you think, Jim?
Why
do you think the Democrats are jumping on now when they didn't release it when they had the ability to?
Because that's politics, and I think it's a clear shot, an opening for the Democrats, and I think that's pretty much the answer. I think that the truth is we don't know, and I think the scandal here is that the Republicans tried to shut down any further investigation, and that's why we're talking about this. Mm-hmm. And I think we are. The fact is Epstein was a scandal in the 2000s, and it sort of died down. And then new reporting happened in 2018, 2019 that resulted in his arrest and then suicide or whatever you think it was. I think it actually likely was a suicide. And then from there, it was reinvestigated. And now that the Republicans in the White House are trying to shut it down and allied with Mike Johnson to try to shut it down, that's opening up another question. We probably don't know. The Zodiac killer case remains opened. But the White House didn't do that. The White House said there was nothing to see here. And now this is a huge liability for Republicans because they're going to own this scandal, which is ridiculous considering that most of Epstein's allies were Democrats.
Josh, what do you think? Why are the Democrats joining the pylon now when they had the power to do this when they held the White House?
Yeah, I think Kurt's basically correct on this one. I mean, this is just politics at work. I mean, the Democrats smell blood in the water. They correctly, in this case, sense that the Trump administration has not handled this super well. I think where my disagreement is that I don't think there's going to be a massive vulnerability going into, let's call it, the midterm elections next fall. I mean, let alone 2028. The notion that American voters have that long of a memory, I think, is totally ludicrous. In addition to all the points that I've made about how the median Trump voter, this is not anywhere in their top 10 to 15 issues that they voted on. So I think all these things ultimately do mitigate in favor of the administration, but the administration has been generally successful. I mean, notwithstanding many attempts from lower court judges to issue these so-called nationwide injunctions and whatnot there, it's had a very, very dynamic and active track record in the first 6 months. This is, I think, undoubtedly its biggest mistake. We can call it an own goal, whatever verbiage you want to use there. But if the Democrats are looking to glom onto something, especially to kind of stick it in voters' minds as Congress is about to go, or not go, I guess we'll see, go on the August recess, this strikes me as the best candidate for them for a story to glom onto there. And, furthermore, to the extent that Democrats are potentially worried about the release of the Epstein files, because as Kurt correctly notes, most of Epstein's confidants were well-known Democratic figures, people like Bill Clinton, Alan Dershowitz, and so forth. To the extent that Democrats might harbor any sincere doubts or any sincere worries about unveiling the Epstein files, they probably feel pretty confident that the Trump administration will not do so. That's probably part of what's going on here as well.
Joel, do you think this is going to have an impact come elections next year, come the midterms? Do you think Democrats are going to be able to capitalise on this?
Well, it depends what's in the files.
Even if the files aren't released, is this going to have, even if we just continue with this back and forth speculation, is this going to have any long-term implications?
I'll tell you, one of the most unpredictable things about American politics is unpredictability. We are, in the fall, quickly heading into the beginning of the candidate selections and who runs and who doesn't run for key nominations in the different parties heading into the midterm elections. This is going to be a discussion at every town hall. This is going to be a discussion across the board. Do you support opening up transparency and opening up the DOJ and these Epstein files, or do you support closing it down, shutting down, and moving on? And that's going to be a question every candidate's going to have to answer. And we'll see if the voters care or not. But I think that it is certainly something that's going to continue to dog Donald Trump, just like other issues have dogged Bill Clinton got dogged for years about infidelity scandals. They don't just disappear overnight because voters don't vote on them. They stick around for a while.
Josh, do you think we're going to see long-term flow-ons from this as we head into the midterm cycle?
No, absolutely not. I mean, what did they say? A week is a lifetime in politics or something like that? I mean, we're talking about over a year from now, the midterm elections. I mean, the notion that the median American is going to go to his or her local pollster in November 2026 and cast a ballot for the local congressman or U.S. Senate, governor, attorney general, whatever the case may be, based on the Epstein files, it's totally mind-boggling. I mean, it is simply not how American politics work. And again, to make another point that I've already made here, when it comes especially to Donald Trump's own base, the polling is mixed. The polling is decidedly mixed right now as to whether or not Trump has actually lost approval in the eyes of his voters. There is some data evincing that maybe he has, at least with some demographics, but there's also some data to indicate that maybe he has not. But when it comes to the voting booth over a year from now, voters are going to think about the economy, about inflation, about jobs, about trade, immigration, about all of the above that they voted for back in the 2024 election when Donald Trump became the first president since Grover Cleveland to serve two non-consecutive terms. So, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that drives American politics, I think, ultimately, not stuff like this.
But on the question of political strategy, I agree. There's going to be more to it. But if it hadn't been politically salient, I don't believe we would have seen Trump and others so actively promoting the Epstein conspiracy. It mobilized their voters. It excited the base. If it didn't poll well, they wouldn't have done it. So I wouldn't discount the impact it's going to have on base voters that are needed in midterm elections.
Kurt, how can they turn it around to not be outflanked by the Democrats ahead of the midterms?
Trump has to do a volte-face. He has to, if he doesn't want it to be a political liability. He has to encourage full transparency, maybe even an interview describing his relationship with Epstein. Granted, it's probably, peaked 30 years ago. I think that would go a long way instead of just so bunkering down and saying there's nothing here. As to, vis-a-vis the midterms, I think, we don't know yet. This is the kind of case that could easily, force the White House to appoint a special counsel. And yeah, Russiagate was basically a fake scandal, but the special counsel's investigation dragged on from 17 to 2019, and that was well past the midterms. And this is why, even if there's nothing in there, even if there's nothing to it, there's clearly something to it. Whether or not Trump has any exposure is a different question. This is why handling this so poorly was a problem. If they didn't have the goods in early July, they could have said that and urged greater transparency. Instead, they tried to shut it down. And that's why we're having this conversation at the end of the month. And it's only heating up.
Joel, as we're wrapping up, final word from you. What's the next move from the Democrats?
I think the next move is to keep on pushing like we've seen Ro Khanna do, which is to try to get votes on every possible piece of legislation that comes up and try to get a vote in September from the House chamber to start. That would require release of all of the files and keep this discussion going and make sure that the Americans have the frame clear. Either Trump and his allies were lying to you Republicans for years about this, or they have something to hide, and maybe they're hiding their friends as well. So what's the answer? And I think that's where Democrats are going to go, keep on pushing to get an answer to that question.
And Josh, final word from you. How does the Republican Party avoid getting outflanked here? What's their next move?
Yeah, I think that the Trump administration is going to continue to do what it's done best for the past 6 months, which is just rack up victory after victory on both the domestic and the foreign stages here. On the domestic stage, when it comes to reducing inflation rates, when it comes to sealing the border, we have the most secure border in the entire modern history of the United States. Border crossings and so-called gotaways have gotten to, frankly, near zero. It's been an astonishingly successful administration from an immigration enforcement perspective. We just had a historic trade deal reached with Japan. Any number of other trade deals. Philippines are coming in on a basically daily basis. The foreign policy victories are very real. Kurt's, different take notwithstanding, what President Trump achieved in the 12-day war was frankly phenomenal. He accomplished multiple campaign goals without a single, not only without a single American casualty, without a single shot fired at a single bomber, sailor, Marine there. He severely took back Iran's nuclear program while not getting involved in a neoconservative, moralistic boondoggle. It was a brilliant act of statesmanship. You add that with Congo, Rwanda, India, Pakistan. I mean, this administration is winning on all fronts. So it's going to do a lot more of that, Melinda. And ultimately, I think the voters will ultimately move on as well.
Well, that remains to be seen. It'll be interesting how it all plays out. We appreciate all of your contributions on Counterpoint. Josh Hammer, Newsweek's Senior Editor-at-Large and host of The Josh Hammer Show. Thank you. Kurt Mills, Executive Director of the American Conservative magazine. Thanks for joining us. And Joel Rubin, rounding out our panel, Democrat strategist who previously served in the Obama administration. We appreciate all of your contributions. And of course, our show is nothing without you joining us from home. Thanks for your attention here on Counterpoints. You can watch all our debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next one.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Mumbai. Bright lights, busy city, Mumbai in India. Many Indians choose this place to hold their extravagant, stylish weddings. Guests are always in jewel-toned saris, intricately embroidered skirts, and such. Indian weddings in Mumbai are great for sightseeing, often the subject of photographs, and most of all, a fun event to be part of. Lucky if you're a friend or relative of an Indian about to get hitched. Weddings aside, the city is also known for many other treats. The Marine Drive is a popular destination. Listen to Bollywood tunes or the Punjabi rap there. Or if you prefer to be away from the loud sounds and noisy blues, Mumbai will always have its quiet corners. Yoga is popularly practiced in Mumbai. One of the recent practices is aerial yoga, where yogis would pose using cloth harnesses that are suspended from the ceiling. Another option is to travel via the sea, a highly recommended way to see the city. The Gateway of India is superb at sunset, definitely a sight to behold. You can opt to charter a yacht, as there are a fleet of vessels available for hire. Want an experience of the ever-famous Bollywood? Hop into an auto rickshaw. You'll get to ride past the film stars' mansions in the area, plus maybe get a glimpse of one of the superstars. The city is known for its old colonial houses too. Luxury boutique hotels aren't the norm here, so it's a gem to find one. Make sure to take pictures. The city's nightlife is quite a busy yet low-key one too. There are restaurants, cocktail bars, and various concert venues to choose from, and there's always a gig in town. Catch in performance, an indie band, or an a cappella group. Musicals are a dream. Then there's also the hip art scene, found in the middle of Shoreditch. This neighborhood in Mumbai is where you'll find the art galleries, cafes, and places for shopping too. Now you'll know where to buy souvenirs to take home. Copenhagen. Roam around the city of Copenhagen and you'll find anything and everything to suit your tastes and interests. Denmark's capital is filled with historical landmarks, architectural sites, and museums that speak of its culture. What to do in Copenhagen? Visit the famous Little Mermaid, of course. The diminutive stature of this bronze-cast Hans Christian Andersen heroine is considered the city's most iconic landmark. Many who've seen it will come home with a postcard or a photo of the great replica. Then, of course, you should sample its best and most iconic dishes. The Danish, or also known as the New Nordic Kitchen, is in fact known as among the world's best. It offers a modern take on the traditional Danish cuisine that uses seasonal local produce that's organic and climate-friendly. It's highly recommended that you visit one of its best kitchens and gourmet markets for an authentic culinary experience. Meanwhile, for entertainment, Copenhagen is highly praised for its jazz music. It has also become a means to express voices on certain issues such as racial tolerance and free thought. American jazz musicians have actually made the city their home since the 1960s. Since then, it has become one of the characteristics Copenhagen is known for. It's got top-notch jazz clubs, open-air concerts, events, and international jazz festivals are held here on a regular basis. Another landmark that reflects the city's culture and history is Christiania. The autonomous free town Christiania was founded in 1971. It is the site of an abandoned military camp that has continued its existence for over 4 decades. As an effect, the city of Copenhagen has come to be known as the liberal and free-thinking capital. A visit to the city will definitely teach you some of the remarkable stories of its history. Not to be missed are the canals, of course. 1. There are the painted houses on the canal side. Make sure to visit Nyhavn, a former sailor's haunt transformed into a lovely summertime tourist trap. Then there's also Gamle Strand, where a street market adds a lively air during the summer. And finally, Christianshavn, which is filled with canals. It has earned the nickname of Little Amsterdam. Atlanta, capital of the state of Georgia, which is the most populous city in the U.S. The city is in fact the 9th largest metropolitan area in the U.S. It's got a convenient central location that allows easy access and a welcome invite for tourists. The region of Atlanta is known for many homegrown celebs. Its pop culture is also rich with diversity, shopping, a thriving nightlife, and yes, sultry weather. It's why the city is nicknamed Hot Atlanta, both for its happening night scene and intense weather. Atlanta is also known for its diversity and culture. Thousands travel to Atlanta for its yearly gay pride festivities. You're also sure to meet a mix of people from various nationalities, beliefs, and religious upbringing. The city, after all, represents a mix of the Old South values with modern beliefs brought about by its growing population. The city is also home to one of the world's busiest airports, the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. About 90 million people travel through it every day. And that's mainly because the city is centrally located and within just a short flight to where more than 80% of people live in the U.S. It connects to a dozen of both domestic and international destinations. Now about the famous celebrities in Atlanta. As you know, the city is responsible for many world-class talents. Rappers and singers we know today call the city home. There's Tyler Perry, T.I., and his wife Tiny, and Bow Wow. Music videos, films, and TV shows also love to feature the city. Most known are the scenes in Real Housewives of Atlanta, The Braxton's Family Values, and Single Ladies. On to the nightlife. You can try nightclubs and comedy bars, high-energy parties, and low-key jazz and poetry readings. Some even flock to Atlanta just to be able to experience the hottest nightclubs. Celebs also make a stop over to the city for the club's luxurious VIP areas. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. You'll find anything, yes, anything, to buy in Atlanta. Dozens of malls line the city, along with hundreds of shopping centers in practically every corner. Add that to the string of warehouse sales offering shoes, clothes, accessories, household goods, and appliances. There are also home stores for antiques and furniture. Just about every nook and cranny in Atlanta has a shopping area. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.